just absolutely itching for next week. I mean, it shapes up to be an amazing card. And but look, this meeting has its own, as you said, own little flavour in the fact that we've got to, I guess, get the girls on show a little bit here. A nice 3-year-old fillies race, the Coco Beach, and then the Cape Verie as well. Although small in size, with only 5 acceptors, there are some nice horses shaping up to make it a decent enough race. And the international market is all over romantic style, like a bad smell. But look, even though I have tipped
or a good
the
smell,
horse, good smell maybe, yeah. Look, even though I have tipped the horse on top, which we'll have a look a bit later on, I don't think it's as clear cut as the market makes it out to be. I mean, it's been shaped up and priced up as if unbeatable. So yeah,
well, I was thinking it was, but now I'm interested to know what a great tease that was. That's classic broadcasting from Pat Comerford. He's teased you. You can't leave your spots.
Not until race 8, at least.
You have to stick with us for the next 6 and a bit races before we get to the Cape Verie to find out why Pat's opposing romantic style. So keep that up your sleeve. And we'll kick off with race 1, which is for the purebred Arabians. It's on the dirt, 1,400 metres, a handicap for horses rated 65 to 85. This is a really difficult race to work out because obviously there are horses here that, well, you have no idea just how good 1 or 2 are. There's some very lightly raced horses in this. And don't forget that number 5, Sandstorm AA, is a non-runner. Let's have a look at a couple of these in action. Azuz and Naif running at Sharjah earlier this month. And perhaps you can put a bit of context onto what they might be able to offer up again today.
Look, I mean, it was a pretty dominating win by Azuz, and I'm glad that Charlie Bennett's been able to retain the ride here for this performance tonight. I mean, it's a racing style that will suit here at Meydan. I mean, we have seen a lot of horses in the Arabian races do well from the front here and, you know, find themselves at least in the top 3 if they are able to find that top spot. And look, he broke away really nicely here to win and win well. I mean, I thought the run of Naif was impressive enough there at Sharjah, and if you go off how the horse rated from its win 2 starts before breaking its maiden, I think there's still more to offer. I mean, the fact that Azuz cops a little bit of a penalty here as well and draws more unkindly, I mean, it's going to have to work extra hard to find that front roll. And I've tipped them to turn the tables a little bit here. I'm in the corner of Naif. I think there's progression there. I like the fact that he draws a good gate here this evening, and I think the race will shape up to be a lot more favourable to a horse like Naif, and the big long straight at Meydan as opposed to that tight turning circuit at Sharjah is going to allow Naif to work through his gears and be able to run down Azuz, who I think will be leading at the turn.
It was the case of where did that performance come from Azuz, because a couple of runs prior to that, they were really disappointing. If you look through some of the form in this race, there are a few horses that are coming into this race off the back of disappointing runs. So that was a thing. I thought it was a bit of an anomaly, so I was on your side in terms of Naif overturning that form. But I'm sticking with that stable for my selection. I'm going for Arkan Al-Wathba. He's only had a couple of runs, and one of those came here at Meydan. The fact that that was a winning effort, and then subsequent run after that was disappointing, but at least it was a comeback run, hopefully blow some cobwebs away. I'd prefer to take a chance with unexposed potential. It was as simple as that.
No, I totally understand. I think it's going to be a very different race here with obviously only that 1 turn in effect, as opposed to a lot of these horses, if they are coming through that Sharjah race there with that 2-turn race. I mean, it's a lot more favourable to horses running on here, and I think we're going to have a nice full field of contenders here, making this a nice opening race for the PAs.
All right, let's move to the thoroughbreds now, race 2, and it's a race on the turf. This is the Defender. It's worth 190,000 dirhams, 1,900 metres the distance, and a lot of familiar names that we've been seeing quite a bit at this year's Carnival. The horse at the top, Mount Kosciuszko, is a horse that I particularly quite like for this race. But again, Charlie Appleby and William Buick are back into the fray, and they've got Emperor's Star, who runs in this race. Perhaps a horse who has had his problems as you look at his overall career. He had a long break between his last run in September 23 before coming to Meydan January this year. I mean, that is obviously going to be hard to bounce back. And it was just the backing up time since that comeback run that slightly puts me off him today.
I can understand that. I mean, it's a lot more open, I feel, this race. I think you can make a case for quite a few runners in the event. But look, I found this a really tough race to expose because I mean, the obvious decision is okay. You go the easy option and say Emperor Star, and Buick and Appleby just go out and win it. But I mean, we're obviously dealing with a horse that's got a wide draw here, and there's plenty of others that make another case. And I wouldn't say that Emperor Star, with an all-weather win at Chelmsford City, has got enough of a resume to be just saying, oh, he's a clear-cut winning hope.
Yeah.
Look, I thought there was a few unknowns here. I'm interested to pick your brain here in this race. I mean, Tamrat is one that's opened up quite short on the market, yep, almost the same price as Emperor Star. I don't know too much about him, but what did you make of his form?
Well, his form's not bad. He was trained in Ireland by Ger Lyons, and he's a pretty consistent horse, and I don't think he'd have to find that much against the rivals today. There are a lot of horses that are quite exposed. This is not like one of those handicaps here at Meydan where you think you're going to find a potential star lurking in and amongst it. You know a lot about these horses. He is still only a 4-year-old, just turned 4 in January. I think he's got much more improvement to come. He's got a really good pedigree. He showed a lot of consistency for the Ger Lyons team. He's obviously run on both the all-weather and turf, so versatility. I think he could do really well for the Crisford team. I think they're pretty strategic in the horses that they bring here. Obviously, they've got a good grip on what's needed. So he was definitely on the shortlist for this race. But because it's his first run since October, I was preferring Mount Kosciuszko, who's obviously capable on both dirt and turf. Mm-hmm. We'll have a look at the last run where he's behind El Yabri, and in the context of dirt form, that's pretty strong, as you know how strong sort of El Yabri is. And of course, this was the day where he looked like he was going to win. Then he didn't. Then he did, and then he didn't.
I tipped him on this day at Mount Kosciuszko, and I mean, yeah, look at the 300-metre mark. You would have thought how far. He just kept unfortunately wanting to lay in behind El Yabri, who was the eventual winner in the race. Look, I am a little querying a little bit the switch over here to turf. I don't know if he's not going to be having any effects in regards to fitness. I know this horse is going to be absolutely tip-top and ready to go here, and Julio really has a knack of getting these horses to sort of peak as they get a few runs into the preparation. So, look, he's got to be given plenty of respect. I found it a very low-confidence race, and funnily enough, I did sort of slightly side with Emperor's Star just from Mount Kosciuszko, but the only reason is that I thought I'm not really concerned about the wide draw here with Emperor's Star, more so because the 1900 or the 2000 metre start here on turf allows, I guess, every horse to find their rhythm and find their spot from their gates, because there's such a long run down the back here at Meydan before they do eventually get to that first and only turn. So interested to see how Emperor's Star goes here. I'm sure that they'll have him fit enough to be running a good race here. I mean, I wouldn't go off that 1400 metre race last time out. I think he's got more to offer than what we saw there, and he's getting out over a much more suitable trip in order to do so. So Emperor Star for me, but I found it a very tough race. I thought there was 3 or 4 winning hopes easy you could make a case for.
Indeed. I mean, I like Mount Kosciuszko, but I will give a mention to Poster Paint, who is drawn in 1, has made all the running to win here before, and is obviously in a great spot to try and do the same again under Pat Cosgrave for the Bupat Seymour team. So just another one to bear in mind in a very tricky race. Similar comments in terms of trickiness apply to race 3, which is the Fender Octa. It's worth 300,000 dirhams, 1400 metres on the turf. And again, Charlie Appleby and William Buick with a strong hope in this race, and that is Bold Style. We'll talk about him very shortly, but he perhaps has some of the stronger form here, although Side Bin Saror might be ready to get on the score sheet. He's got a horse that was a winner at Royal Ascot last time he was in action. That is Wild Tiger. Let's start with Bold Style, though, for the Appleby-Buick combination. Looking at his form, the best of it, perhaps this run here, where he finishes behind Boiling Point in the Sheikh Mohammed Obeid Al Maktoum colours, the yellow and black. It was an excellent effort. Boiling Point, pretty smart horse. But I guess the question is, we haven't seen him since July. Is this a stretch to get him back in the groove again? How will he cope with obviously having to give weight away?
Well, that's the thing. It's the weight that is the interesting aspect, and whether or not he's going to be able to hold that. I mean, I think he has got ability there. I mean, he's been contesting obviously listed company races overseas before making his way here. He makes his way to a 185 to 105. I mean, it's not the most difficult of starting points for a horse that, although unsuccessful in those victories in listed company. I mean, in his first go at listed grade, he was only beaten 3/4 of a length. So, you know, that's enough form-wise and from a resume perspective to suggest that he's a winning chance in this race. And he does have a good draw to go with it, with the rail out 10 and major competitors very unfairly drawn and very deep on the track. I mean, it's hard enough at the 1,400 metres to get a spot from 13, which is what Wild Tiger has drawn here. It's hard enough to get a spot from 13, let alone when the rail's out 10. So he's going to be very, very deep in this race under Dylan McMonagle. And I think as a result, I sided with Bold Style here because I think he's going to get a lot more favourable run. There's going to be a couple of horses very, very deep in this and getting quite unkindly runs, covering a lot of extra ground, unfortunately. So that was why Bold Style was my pick.
Okay, well, you've given the reason why I shouldn't side with Wild Tiger, because the draw in 13 is a concern. However, he does race prominently, he can go forward, and he's quite tractable as well. And if you look at his career record, obviously he ran a couple of times here at Meydan, didn't run too badly, but he definitely progressed when he went back to the UK, managing to win the Royal Hunt Cup at Ascot, which is, in every year it's run, it's a very competitive race. And obviously he beat Sonny Liston, and Sonny Liston had really strong handicap form. And prior to that, he'd beat an improving horse of David Manuzio's over in the UK, a horse called Toymy's Son, who'd come from France. And again, strong form, had really competitive racing. So the fact that he'd improved, won those 3 races, progressed every time, I still don't know how good he could be. That's the key.
Can I make an interesting thing about the fact that I'm pretty sure, looking at the distances and tracks, correct me if I'm wrong, but those 3 wins have all gone down the straight. There's been no wins round a turn.
Goodwood is a turning track.
Goodwood turn, my apologies.
So,
but Yarmouth and Ascot both straight 7, straight 8, and he's done his best work there. Maybe could be a better horse down the straight. Who knows?
Perhaps. I thought the 2 runs here at Meydan weren't bad. I just felt he became, he just moved like a better horse.
Yep.
He travelled nicely, found plenty. He's a very honest horse as well. You have to be to win a Royal Hunt Cup, and he was very, very strong at the end of those races, battling away. And I actually think that the slight drop back in trip wouldn't be an issue for him. So, Wild Tiger.
Wild Tiger for you.
Yeah.
Bold Style for me. So Godolphin either way. We'll see. May the best man win.
Okay, Saeed, come on. You've got to get on the score sheet. Let's move on and talk about race 4. It's back to the dirt we go. The Defender 130, 1,600 metres of the distance is worth 175,000 dirhams. There is Gamekeeper who runs here today for the Ahmad Bin Amash team. Things didn't really work out last time, messed about at the start. The horse at the top there is quite interesting. Theatre Honours used to be with Charlie Appleby, now racing for Masaba Al Mahiri, and plenty of interest for the Salim bin Gadaya team, etc. Let's take a look at Welcome to Dream, who is one of the leading contenders on the international market for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. Won here back in December, beat Bark Al Emirat. What about the chances from stall 11 today?
Very likely. I'm very confident in the performance of Welcome Dream here. Last start, obviously last week, the horse broke through the gates, got loose, and unfortunately was not able to take part in the race. I don't think that was because the horse was fractious in any way. Merely Pen Portrait just ducked and shunted the gates, and as a result, horses' natural reaction when they hear the sound is to lurch forward, and that's exactly what happened. So I wouldn't be concerned, for anyone who's got a concern whether Welcome Dream's going to be, I guess, fractious in the starting stalls or is going to do that again. I wouldn't be concerned in any way, shape or form. It was merely just the horse reacting to the sound because the horse thought the race was about to begin, which is a good sign, I guess, that the horse is obviously attentive and alert. So I think the wide draw is not the best thing here, but I just keep looking back at the fact that this horse has gone out and beaten Bark Al Emirat by 5. You take Welcome Dream out of the race last week, Bark Al Emirat comes out and wins by 3 or 4 lengths quite comfortably in the end. Just confirming that form line there, and although that was over 1,200 metres, this horse is a horse that visibly looks like will appreciate as it steps out over more ground, and I think as a result, I'm not too concerned about, if it was 11 from over 1,200 metres, I'd be very much off Welcome Dream. But over the mile, I think Welcome Dream, this is just going to be a natural progression point and has the strongest form lines coming into this. So it's my nap of the night.
Nap of the night. Okay, I didn't have a strong view. I can see why everyone likes Welcome Dream. The draw is always a bit of concern. 11, particularly from the mile start, I always think that's a hard spot where they come down the chute. Gamekeeper has been pretty consistent. Obviously, last time, part of the shenanigans that took place at the starting stalls, and I just felt, put a line through that run. I think Gamekeeper had shown prior to that. And I also quite like the idea of Gamekeeper stepping up in distance to 1,600 metres. I know 9's not ideal, but I prefer single figures than double. So that was my thoughts on race 4. Let's move on to race 5, which is back to the turf, the straight course, 1,200 metres. We're sprinting for the Defender X Dynamic. It's worth 175,000 dirhams. Falcon of Arabia in there. He last ran on the dirt. It was a bit disappointing behind stable companion Morning last time out. Be interested to see how he goes on the turf today. Lots of horses for Said bin Saror tonight that might have the potential to improve. One of those might be Arabic Art, who's quite well bred by Dark Angel. Tiger Shea is riding for Said. He's also got War Song in there. But let's have a look at Hassim, who has mixed it up on surfaces, and I think actually didn't run too badly last time out.
Well, he's Mr. Consistent, and that's going to be, you know, in his favour. I mean, he never misses a place, so you know he's going to be in the finish. He has been in the top 3 his last 7 or 8 runs. So, I mean, I'd love to see him win for Tawfiq Muhammad and Rashid Al Shaihi, because he's such a consistent and a hard-working horse, and the fact that he always tries and always puts in a bold effort. And I mean, this run here behind Creative Story was good. I think Creative Story is a horse that will do quite a bit and go on from that run. So I mean, he's rock hard fit, and he'll always give you a sight. So look, I this is the thing, Richie. I initially tipped Hassim, and I still have tipped Hassim because we submitted our selections. I'm not as clear.
Doubting yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm not as clear cut on Hassim. I know that he's going to always run a good race, but I mean, when you're looking to tip a horse to win and they constantly run 2nd and 3rd, it does make it hard to continuously tip this horse to win. But I haven't tipped him all preparation, and I think this is a chance for him to run a good race. I just wanted to make mention of Indicate. I thought his run and lead up to his first up performance at Meydan last start was good. He just didn't handle 5 furlongs. I mean, it was just too sharp, got him too keen in the run, and he burnt too much petrol in the first half of the race. I think he'll race more kindly over 6, and although he's drawn to the near side part of the course, which is not ideal, it's been the inferior part of the course the whole way, I expect him to come down the centre of the track, hopefully, and I think he'll give a side Indicate at some point. He's my second selection. I potentially would have, considering his double figure odds as well overseas, I think he's a bit of each way value there. But look, I've gone with Hassim. I think he's Mr. Consistent, and I don't know, how'd you see it? Did you go Hassim as well?
I was all over Hassim.
Yeah.
The only thing that's in the back of my mind, and you referred to it, is the draw.
Yeah.
Because obviously the rail's out. How is that going to play, do you think, on the straight track? Because obviously the far side, middle to far, has been dominant on the straight track so far on the turf course this season.
It just makes it interesting because, I mean, it pushes those horses who have drawn wide to that outside fence, you know. I think Indicate, a horse like Indicate, even though it's drawn to the outer part, has enough speed to probably work across into that sort of inside half. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one in the fact that, you know, the rail is putting horses out into the inferior ground down the straight. So it's going to make for an interesting race. It's a low confidence race. But I mean, if you are looking for a consistent horse that always gives his all and is always going to run a decent race, I mean, Hassim's your one.
He's the Pat Comerford of equine athletes.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
So it's been kind to you.
I know you are being kind to me, but I think I'm the most non-consistent person of all time.
I don't think I've ever. Have you ever made a mistake? I'm starting to think now.
I reckon I've made my fair share.
I don't think so. Let's get to one of the feature races of the day, the Coco Beach Stakes, named after a very smart Godolphin filly from back in the day. Took on the boys in the UAE Derby a while back. This race sponsored by Land Rover, is worth 400,000 dirhams, and a lot of horses that we've seen already in action. Aragata Gozemazu took on the boys last time out, and things did not work out for her. And she faces some some familiar rivals, the likes of Flamer, Sunshine. Am I getting it wrong?
I've stuck with Flamer Sunshine. I mean, until someone corrects me and says I'm wrong, I'm going to stick with Flamer Sunshine.
I'm going to go half and half. Flamer. And we can have a look at Flamer running in the Shahama.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, you got to say Flamer.
And also in the race, Queen Azteca, Taswaheen, Salsable Princess, Reina Rosso, Pocket Phone and Ruby Hamilton. So a lot of familiar names, but she was pretty dominant, although Taswaheen, and I think you called it in commentary, moved up really menacingly at one point.
Yeah, it did so, and I mean they got all favours up in front. I mean, it was their race to lose just by the sectionals early, and Flamer Sunshine or Flamer Sunshine. Yeah, you're going to confuse me. Flamer Sunshine kicked away and ran really good. Look, I mean, Taswaheen looked a winning hope at one stage. Was a little plain in that final 200, considering how forward the horse was in running. I like the horse that ran second, Queen Azteca.
Yep.
I thought,
fine run.
They backed it right off for a dirt race, which was very funny. You don't see it too often, but I mean, these fillies, I think the jockeys are just trying to give these young fillies an opportunity to sort of, I guess, see out the entire trip and give a strong kick at the end. And as a result, I mean, Queen Azteca under Carlos Lopez got put back to third to last. I was very impressed about how Queen Azteca picked up. Obviously, Lopez had to correct the horse down the straight 3 times because she kept wanting to obviously lug in towards the inside running rail, and that obviously took away momentum. But for her to get as close as she did to Flamer Sunshine in that race and get within 2 lengths, I think, considering that we're heading out over more ground this time around, 8 furlongs is going to see Queen Azteca run a good race, and I'm tipping Queen Azteca to open the account for Niels Peterson this season.
That would be fantastic to see Queen Azteca go well. Drawn well in one, hopefully we'll get a nice little pace, a little toe round on the inside. But where do you stand on Arigato Gozemazu? Because her first win, she was dominant over Flamer Sunshine. And then last time out, she definitely has her excuses for the way things panned out in the 2000 Guineas trial.
I think that there's too many variables that can go wrong for Arigato Gozemazu to run badly to be tipping her as a horse that is going to come out over 8 furlongs here and win, because like we could see what happened 2 starts ago where she gets it her own way up in front and she kicks clear and wins. And I think she'll see out 1600. I mean, she saw out 1400 quite comfortably and she's third up now, so she'll be fit. But I mean, look, she's got to jump and she's got to get an uncontested lead. I mean, we saw her pressured last time out and unfortunately she just didn't get it her own way, and we saw her sort of go to bits a little bit. So, look, I mean, Arigato Gozemazu could come out and win this quite convincingly going off what we saw in that maiden win, but I just think she's not as versatile as a few of these other ones in regards to being able to overcome things if they don't go their way. Arigato Gozemazu will want to lead, but I know that there's going to be 2 other riders here with fillies that also go forward, and they know that if they hand the lead up to Bernardo Pinheiro, then Arigato Gozemazu could very well run away with it. So I think she'll get pressured up in front.
Okay, I'm going to give her another chance. I think she was so impressive first time up that you can forgive a horse what happened last time out, and she's still... I think if we'd not had the run last time out, you'd say she's the most talented filly in this lineup. I get that things perhaps need to go right, but we've only got that one race as evidence, so I'm giving her another chance. But I do think Taswaheen is interesting as well from that race behind Flamer Sunshine. I like the way she improved significantly from run 1 to 2. She's got a good pedigree, daughter of Mendelssohn, and I thought she'll probably be held up for a little bit longer this time before given the offers to go and challenge. So I'll keep an eye. It's a great race, the Coco Beach, in terms of competitiveness. The big race of the night is the Cape Verde, race 7, and it's sponsored by Altea Motors. It's worth 850,000 dirhams. It's over 1,600 metres on the turf, and we all know that Godolphin have an excellent record in this race, going back from Said's days to Charlie Appleby's, and obviously Said bin Saror trained Cape Verde, who won the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket and actually started favourite for the Derby afterwards. She was a top-class racehorse back in the day. And Romantic Style seems to be the obvious horse that is going to take it. That's what we alluded to at the top. The international market suggested that Romantic Style was going to take all the beating. She's very short on those markets. But you think she's opposable?
I just think I think at 6-5, that's an outrageous price. I mean, I can justify 6-5 for Measured Time, but I can't justify 6-5 for Romantic Style, who has got form that suggests that she can be beat. You know, that's the thing. I mean, it's a very short price. I mean, I'd expect Romantic Style to be coming into this an even money favourite and coming away and winning this. I think Romantic Style will win, and I've tipped Romantic Style on top, but unproven at a mile. That's my big question mark. I mean, Schweier has done very good things at a mile. I mean, the win at Haydock over 8 was decent enough. It was a listed victory. I mean, I'm not saying that Romantic Style is in any threat whatsoever, but I don't justify 6-5. That's just a disgraceful price. I mean, wow. Come on, bookies. At least give these people overseas who are tuning into Meydan races a go, like to have a crack at it. But I mean, Schweier at 1600 metres has proven, and I think is a logical threat, and hopefully will be giving Romantic Style at least a race.
Okay, I'm going to take the opposing view. I think she is easily the most likely winner of all the horses running tonight, Romantic Style. So I hear what you say about the mile, but she's only running on a mile once, and that was in the French 1000 guineas, where she was drawn out wide. She had an awkward draw out wide, and she could never get in. She was always stuck racing 3 or 4 wide, and in the end, to be only beaten less than a length, I thought was a huge effort. Prior to that, she'd beaten Ramatuelle, one of the best fillies that raced in Europe last year over a mile. Should have probably won the 1000 guineas at Newmarket, proved herself a top-class filly, Ramatuelle. And Romantic Style was too good for her first time up last season. And then her most recent start, where clearly she wasn't quite at her best, was against the Colts in the Prix Jean Prat. And that was a pretty good race. The winner, Pushkin, was quite good, and there were other good horses in behind. But she never ran her race that day. That's one of those line through her. So on her very best form, I think she's by miles the best horse in this race.
Can you justify? I mean, I think I saw $1.20, $1.25 or something like that.
I mean,
for these
it's
overseas
thin.
markets.
I'm not going to deny it. That is thin. That is thin. But I'm looking through the opposition, and I hear that Choisier is a good filly. I know that she's a good filly. I've obviously seen her. I think my brother-in-law rode her to win at Glorious Goodwood a couple of years ago. She is a very good filly. She travels nicely in her races most of the time, and she's got a turn of foot. But I don't think she's quite got the turn of foot of a Romantic Style. I think there's a good gap between the two of them ability-wise.
I think she'll win. I think Romantic Style will win. Look, I'd love to see Romantic Style come out and win it. I mean, it's been a great race, as you said, for Godolphin. So hopefully Romantic Style does what she does best and pick up another win here, win 4 for the career, and justify the overseas quote. I think she's a clear on topper, but yeah, I'd love to see something make it a race.
Okay, that's the feature race, the Cape Verie. Still a couple more to look at, and up next, the penultimate race, the Defender 525 edition. It's over 1,400 metres on the dirt, and this race is worth 300,000 dirhams. Particularly intrigue around the appearance of Castle Warden for the first time, a full brother to Dubai World Cup winner Laurel River, with the same owners, same trainer and same jockey. But there's some good horses in opposition. What about El Nasib? He's 2 from 2 so far, and he's shown, certainly last time out, he's shown he's got a bit of a turn of foot for a horse that races on the dirt. Normally they're grinders. Why don't we take a look at that performance? And I could hear in your voice on this occasion, Pat, when you call the winner, you went to another level when El Nasib turned into the straight and found that extra turn of foot.
Oh, I mean, he just looked beat.
You're in the zone again.
He just looked beat at the 500. I mean, he was caught in a flat spot, and I mean, whether it was the fact that the horses around him probably didn't pick up, I like to think that he actually just was in a bit of a moment where he sort of just got caught on the back foot, but he was able to recover and come good. I mean, these horses that he ran second and third are no slouches. I mean, Falcon of Arabia we'll see run again this evening, and look, I'd love to see Al Nasib come out and win again. I think from what we've seen, we hopefully see a horse like him improve from a fitness perspective and just continue on with it. And I mean, again, Daniel Tudhope was very adamant that the horse will get out over more ground than 6 furlongs. He's not a sprinter. He's probably a horse that they'll see do his best work over a little bit more. So look, I'm pretty confident Al Nasib will make his presence felt here and probably be the horse to beat. I mean, there's a couple of unknowns. Castle Warden, how's he going to go here? And I mean, Olza Khan, is another one that throws in an interesting thing as well. Another Oxbow making his way to Dubai. We know what happened the last time an Oxbow hit the shores of the UAE, and he's been Tools has been such a great horse. This horse obviously coming and winning over by or domestic Group 1, but 11 lengths. I mean, that's brings an impressive resume, and I don't think there'll be a Kazakhstan horse or a Russian horse getting under Stephen Hindle's guard anymore after what Kabir Khan was able to achieve last time out. That form will certainly be given plenty of respect, but it's Al Naseeb for me.
Yeah, Olza Khan is very interesting, as said, come from Kazakhstan, where Kabir Khan came from, and who knows how good he is. We'll find out tonight, because he's up against some good horses. I like Castle Warden. I like the way he won his last couple of races. He worked pretty hard. He's got to be, clearly he's shown he's pretty tough. He races fairly prominently as well, so the outside draw, not too much of an issue for me. But we've seen with Artorias, maybe the run back, even with Laurel River, the first run up might be something that he'll need. So tentative selection for me in Castle Warden, and also fascinated to see how Olza Khan and Al Naseeb go.
Yep. I'm excited.
It is an exciting race, yeah. One more to go, and it is the Defender Sedona edition. Race 9 is worth 190,000 dirhams. We're back on the turf, 1,900 metres the distance. Said bin Suroor's first view, quite an interesting runner here. I mentioned Poster Paint making all the running earlier on the discussion. Well, he was behind Poster Paint the last time he ran first view, and very shortly we can have a look at that performance, because perhaps he offers Said bin Suroor another chance of a winner tonight, and I've sort of gone with Wild Tiger as one, so it could be a good night for him. But that run behind Poster Paint was really commendable, and if he can reproduce that first time up since, then he won't be far away.
No, I mean, that Meydan form for a lot of these horses that we've seen running at other tracks, it stands out, doesn't it? I think he's got to be given a lot of hope here first view, and I mean, we'd love to see Saeed have a winner tonight. It'd be great for the stable if he was able to pick that up there. He's getting on now, isn't he? 8 years old, first year. Not Saeed bin Suroor. Not Saeed bin Suroor. Talking about first view, the 8-year-old by Exceed and Excel. But look, Ben Cohen rides here at the top weight. Hopefully, we see him run a decent race. I went a little bit off topic here with my selection. I went with Desert Snake for Julio Olajuara and Mikhail Barcelona, and the reason is because we've seen that 2,200 metre Abu Dhabi form really shine through this season. We've seen Michael Costa's horses come on big time from that. I'm talking about Asasi, Kafaf. We've seen these horses come on and win, going through those Abu Dhabi 2200s, those two-turn races, just to get that fitness up. And once they get out on a bigger track with a little more room, even though the rail is out 10 tonight, we do see them coming on, and it's been a proven form line this season so far. So I'd love to see Desert Snake come out and run a good race. He was a good winner 2 starts ago, and he just got chopped out, just couldn't get a run from his position there that last start. So complete forgive, put a line through his last run. So Desert Snake as a bit of a value selection for the last.
Okay, I'm giving another chance to Magnum Opus, who made his debut in what was a competitive race. You talked about Asasi. Asasi won the race. Now, Magnum Opus was beaten a long way in the end. He finished 10th. But there was not much of a pace. They all sprinted up the straight, and he was compromised where he was. He was at the back of the field. Never really got into it, but he actually didn't run too badly, in my opinion. He's got a good draw in 5. If they go a decent pace, which I think they will do, I can see Pat Dobbs just smuggling him into the race secretively. And then you'll be calling in with that great booming voice later on. Almost like you didn't realise that Pat had brought him into the race. Here's Magnum Opus!
And I'll go, Rishi Prasad, where have you pulled that one from?
The rabbit out of the hat. There we go. I should have a go at this commentary thing. All you have to do is raise your voice, right?
Well, your faces at the races is pretty good. You got a bit of a booming voice on you yourself.
Wow.
I think
you have no idea the damage that I do. It's a big repair job after every one of these shows. Okay, let's summarise our selections for the evening. Let's go with Pat's first of all. Away you go, Pat.
Let's do it. Naif in the first, hopefully can turn the form around. on Azouz in the first. Emperor's Star, bit of a low confidence pick in that race. That's a toughie. Bold Style in the third. Geez, there's a lot of blue in here, isn't there? Bold Style in the third. Welcome Dream, My Nap for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. Ha Sim, Mr. Consistent in race number 5. Queen Azteca in the Coco Beach. Romantic Style in the Cape Verde. Al Nasib in the penultimate, and wrap it up with a little bit of a long shot in Desert Snake in the last.
Okay, I think I agree with 2 of those. I've gone for Arkan Al-Wathba, lightly raced in the first. Man Kuziosko for Mikel Barcelona in the second. Wild Tiger to get Sidebenzer on the score sheet. Gamekeeper to put that run behind him last time. And Hassim, the consistent Hassim in race 5. Adagata goes, I'm much more forgiving. But I've just realised I'm much more forgiving than Pat Conklin. He's a cold-hearted man, whereas I'm very soft, and I'll give her another chance. Romantic Style, I think, is a straightforward win in the Cape Verde. Castle Warden for Bupat Sema and the Juddmonte Collars, and Tygo Shea in the penultimate. And Magnum Opus smuggled into the race by Pat Dobbs to win it out of nowhere.
I like it.
Thank you.
I might have to use them. I'll take that one. Copyright.
You're more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Pat, as always, it's a joy to sit here and preview the racing.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to take a pause and allow you to enjoy the highlights from last week.
He's down, settles, and away we go. Racing away now, and Gallant Blade was early to show, but will have to take his medicine there and sneak back now. Undefeated works forward. Souldup as well was just. Mania up on the inside. Royal Favour and Golden Redemption keep the pace on us as they head out onto the course proper. Alfarik was next. He'd spot the lead 3. Heart of Honour in amongst them, followed by Honest Moon, who's a little keen out wider, but he's got cover. African Candy was next. Second to last was Gallant Blade, and Exculpation is last of all. Salam bin Gadaya's runners second last and last, but not for long. Here's Gallant Blade working his way around to the lead, but it is Golden Redemption and Royal Favour who hold that spot there for now. Justice 3 deep, undefeated 4 wide punching under Slattery. Then came Gallant Blade. Geez, a few of these really happy to sit wide here and are really burning themselves, doing double time wider. Heart of Honour gets a good run, but will need some luck on the inside. Same can be said for Al Farik. Mania was next. Honest Moon is also back there as well. He's been keen throughout the entire run. African Candy drops back with Exculpation. So down the side they go. Royal Favour worked upon. Undefeated, it would be monumental if he was able to win here, but here is Heart of Honour. He works around them now and starts to present. Golden Redemption has the run up the inside if good enough. It's Royal Favour the leader. He hangs round the turn there. Heart of Honour still has the Crisford runner to chase down here. It's Heart of Honour trying to reel in Royal Favour and is doing so now. The Son of Honour AP. Heart of Honour coming up to the outside of Royal Favour, who is fighting and fighting gamely as well, but it'll be all Heart of Honour coming clear in the late stages for De Vries, and Osborne strikes early. That's 2 for 2 here in Dubai. Heart of Honour too good. 3 lengths on the line from Royal Favour. Undefeated has run in the money. Can you believe that? Set and away. Away we go here now, and as you can see here, City of Kings has been left there. So City of Kings is out of the race. Jumping away fast here in the early stages was Mag Sood from Story of Light, the Camden Colt Sardine. Deeper out on the course, working into it, Emperor's Star from Expert Choice, who's 5 deep down the back. Then came Creative Stories. Got into a nice spot for Buick. Followed there next by Eye on the Prize. Then came Lenamon from Harsim Molacab. Next over was Tafrij. Mustajab around them from Olympic Candle, and Castle Bars out to the end. City of Kings didn't go with them. So down the side they travel, and it is up in front here, the Camden Colt, along with Emperor's Star deeper out. Expert Choice 3rd and 3 deep from Sardine, Mag Sood. Creative Story about 5 off the speed. 2.5 lengths to Story of Light, Harsim. Then came Lenamon from Mustajab. Molacab 5th to last from Eye on the Prize, Tafrij, Olympic Candle and Castle Bar. They swing. Into the running they come here, the Camden Colt the leader. Emperor's Star stays with him. Mag Sood looks for runs up the outside. Creative Story also running on along with Expert Choice and Sardine. Harsim from the back. It's the Camden Colt. Creative Story now getting warm here under Buick. The Camden Colt from up on the outside now. Creative Story goes to them. He wanted to hang a little bit, have a think about it when he got to the front, but Creative Story comes clear to win. Does it from gate 13. The Camden Colt, look for him next start. Harsim finds himself in the frame once again. Hood's removed, set to run in the Dubai Auto Zone. And away we go. Pen Portrait a little slow. He's convincingly last here, about 3 or 4 lengths and being sooled forward early. Smart System broke well from the outer and he's going to go forward with Belief, and up in front as well was Out From Under, and he's going to utilise his inside draw as they get a furlong in. He settles down third. From Gamekeeper fourth, Bark Al Emirat fifth, a half length back. There was a gap of 3 lengths back to Miss Wintown, Tardee, Pen Portrait now working around them, but he's got a big job to do, and Dukedom is out to the end. It's Belief going clear here with Smart System, and these two pair off by 2.5. Out From Under travels well in third here, getting a good run in behind the leading two. Bark Al Emirat next. Gamekeeper already felt 4 under Beasley. This race is changing shape a little bit here. Next was Dukedom working through the inside. Tardee, Pen Portrait with about 8 to pick up, and last of all Miss Wintown at Smart System and Bark Al Emirat. Out From Under's dropped away here sharply. Dukedom running on at Smart System, and Bark Al Emirat put the writing on the wall last start with a nice second. Bark Al Emirat coming clear under Sandro Piver, and Bark Al Emirat getting very tired in the late stages but has done enough. Bark Al Emirat 3.5. Smart System, Dukedom's run out of his skin, back into the right class the start. This one here, the Al Wasl Stakes for 300,000 dirhams, set to go, and away we go. Ars Lebnan was fast away, King's Call straight up onto the bunny early as well. Then came Dark Saffron working across along with Symbol of Honour. Next was It's a 10 from Len, the far side rail from Jungle Drums, the centre. Then came Midnight Thunder, followed there by Symbol of Honour, who's now worked across to the centre division. Next was Force and Valour, West Acre, Could She Be Magic. Nana's Diamond was next. King's Calls just shuffled back a little bit. Then came next in running Sahan from Nadawi, and the last one, the debutante War Socks. It's Jungle Drums who now takes over the lead. From Dark Saffron, third was Midnight Thunder. Symbol of Honour works through the middle. Then came King's Call, It's a 10 from Len. West Acre and Force and Valour, the stablemates, run together. Taking over the running Midnight Thunder, the near side from Jungle Drums. Symbol of Honour works into it with Dark Saffron. King's Call on the back foot. West Acre now starting to really make his presence felt under McMonigal. It's Symbol of Honour from West Acre. Dark Saffron up in front still. Symbol of Honour. West Acre tries. West Acre levels up. West Acre to Symbol of Honour. They go down to the line. Symbol of Honour finding some more. Symbol of Honour bites back to win. West Acre, thrilling finish. Down to the line they go, and Symbol of Honour's just pipped him. Set to run, and away we go. Breaking fast, Franz Kafka. Gallant, Silent Defence, the inside was in the first view along with Lanakash. Chianti deeper out with Gali. Silver Sword works forward. A gap back to Rusip and Fell working alongside the international market elect in Arabian Light. Then came Gallon from First Conquest. Next in there was High Bank. A gap back to Uzo, C. Hector, Silent Film, and Shafaf is back to the end. So down the back they travel here, and they make their way in search of the 1,300 metre peg. It is Chianti who works over here. The Norwegian makes his way to the front from Gali in second. Third where was Lanakash, followed by Al Farik, Rusip and Fell. Next in running after leading away there early, Franz Kafka's back to 6th outside of Silent Defence. Then came working through High Bank from Silver Sword, Arabian Light about 9th, followed by First Conquest, Gallon. Then came Uzo from C. Hector, Silent Film and Shafaf, seeing them all the entire way. 14.03, 10.84, 11.22, 11.74. They're not waiting around here at the moment. Pace genuine enough, and Chianti with the 62 kilos leads them down the side. A length and a half in advance of Gali. Then came Lanakash from Franz Kafka, now getting warm again. Up to third now and improving with Silver Sword deeper out. Gallon was next on their back from Rusip and Fell, Silent Defence. Then came First Conquest from High Bank, Uzo. Then came C. Hector, Silent Film, Shafaf with it all to do as they straighten for home here in the Lord North Handicap. Gali takes over, deeper out, running into it, Silver Sword along with Franz Kafka. Then came Arabian Light, trying to look for a view here. First Conquest and Gallon running on late. Up in front here, it's out in front now, First Conquest, who hits the lead under Barcelona and extending away. First Conquest, dominant in the Lord North Handicap. 4 on the line, beats home C. Hector, who's run a blinder. Arabian Light next over from Gallon. Uzo was doing his best work there in the final 200. So we're loaded away. Chantal Sutherland sits down on Never Show Weakness. We're set to go here, 2,000 metres. Off at the World Cup distance. And away fast was Guns and Glory, working up with Local Dynasty, First Constitution. Mendelssohn Bay was away cleanly. Hans Anderson was next, followed by Al Yabri, getting ridden forward here to try and find the box seat as they hit the post with a lap to travel. Violent Justice drops back in the early stages along with Never Show Weakness. Local Dynasty works off the front here, the leader under William Buick by a length over Guns and Glory, and Al Yabri eventually finds the spot in behind the leader, and D'Souza was working vigorously to find that spot there as the tempo now slackens out of the event. Next in running, Mendelssohn Bay, First Constitution. Hans Anderson working away out 3 deep from Violent Justice and Never Show Weakness out to the end. 14.46, 11.09, 11.65. Pace was a genuine early, but he's got a breather here, and Local Dynasty down the back has had a chance to fill the lungs up. Leads by a length and a half here from Guns and Glory in second. Mendelssohn Bay happy to sit 3 wide, travelling strongly. Next was Al Yabri from Hans Anderson, followed by First Constitution. 3 lengths, Violent Justice, 2.5 to Never Show Weakness. Local Dynasty's got a few of these off the bit and chasing. He's made it a grinding test here inside the 800 metres. He's now a length and a half in advance of Mendelssohn Bay, working through along with Hans Anderson and Al Yabri the inside. He's on the right horse's back here as the pace is re-injected into the event. Next was Guns and Glory. He's been caught on the back foot, going back past by First Constitution, Violent Justice, and out to the end, Never Show Weakness. Local Dynasty has had it all to his own liking here, swinging the bend by 2.5. Al Yabri pops off his heels. Then came Mendelssohn Bay. It's going to have to be a monumental effort here from the son of Mendelssohn to win this race now. First Constitution runs on and passes him quite quickly. Running on the inside, Guns and Glory gets a second breath of wind, but Local Dynasty has shot clear here. Shot clear in the late stages by 3 lengths. Violent Justice with the lightweight starting to make late impressions here. Local Dynasty all out. Violent Justice up the inside, dives, bombs him and wins. Violent Justice. What a ride, Sam Hitchcock. Local Dynasty second over from Al Yabri. Next over was Guns and Glory. They'll fly here. And away we go. They all got a clean start too. Best start of the night for starter Shane Ryan. Tawala broke fast. Al Musen, Skyhawk in the first few. Working up with Shanagai City, and Indicate wants to be up there as well, dictating the pace. Celtic Voyager was in behind them, followed by Thunder of Niagara. And out to the end, Fast Uno along with Shy Mate. It's Tawala the leader, matching motors with Indicate down the centre. Marker Cole close enough, along with Split the Prophet, Al Musen, Thunder of Niagara and Celtic Voyager. Shanagai City looks to run on. It's Tawala the leader though. He's the one to chase. Indicate the near side, still running on well, along with Thunder of Niagara. Tawala still with a nice break on them here, back onto the grass tonight. Tawala coming clear by 3 lengths now. He's got good speed here, Tawala, in the late stages, showing his class. Al Musen tries to run on into the minor placings with Marker Cole, but Tawala has ran them ragged here. Tawala comes away to win this convincingly. All the way for Ben Cohen. 3 lengths on the line over Al Musen, who's run a very nice race in second. Next over was Thunder of Niagara from Marker Cole, who knocked up and set to run. Away in the last. Hammam broke cleanly the inside. Havandi was away fast along with Meydani, working forward as well. Kaladasa deeper out, Regal Connection, Aldasia working up into it. Wild Crusade as they really slam across to the fence here at the 2100 and work off the front. So it's going to be Kaladasa. Richard Mullen's going to lead the charge. Gareth off around him from Aldasia and Havandi. Then came Regal Connection as they make their way off onto the side of the course here from Meydani. A length and a half to Valdivia, the inside of Wild Crusade. It was a length and a half back to Gold Spur and Lorenzo Putzulu, the 3 kilo claimer, engaged here tonight. A length and a half back to Hammam from Sakara King and thundering in between. 3 lengths back in third to last was Free World from Deciduous, and out to the end was New Comedy. So pace genuine enough here. 14.95, 11.90, 12.03, and Richie Mullen wants to run them nice and quickly along up the back here. He's out clear by 2 lengths on Gareth. There was a further back, 2 lengths back to the Swede in Havandi, who's to the inside of Aldasia. 3 lengths back to Regal Connection. Followed there next in turn by Meydan and Wild Crusade. A length and a half to Gold Spur, 3/4 of a length to Valdivia. Thundering was next from Sakara King, Hammam, Deciduous, Free World, and out to the end, New Comedy. He continues on with it here, Mullen. Out by half a dozen now on Kaladasa, and the 4-year-old by Frankel has a nice break on them here and seems to be travelling well on the steel, all things considering. Gareth is the one towing up the rest of the field here. He leads, he's in second and is now starting to chase here from Havandi in third. Then came Al Deja from Regal Connection, Meydani, Wild Crusade going back through the field, Gold Spur and Valdivia plodding away. He might have stolen this, Richie Mullen. The long straight coming in here. He's still got to sustain it, but he's travelling very, very well. Kaladasa out by 6 lengths. Gareth trying to make chase along with Havandi. Regal Connection could be the threat, if any. Meydani and also Thundering, the Spaniard, down the outside. It's Kaladasa. He's up in front. He's all out, but he's still holding them at bay here at the 200-metre peg. Here comes Thundering, the Spaniard picking up big time down the outside here in the last. It is thundering home in the last, and Spain takes the last. Good ride here from Vaclav Janacek, takes the last here. Thundering beats home. Kaladasa third across Royal Connection.
Well, next week in the Jebel Hatta, it'll be the first appearance in Dubai of the horse just coming to my right now, Romantic Warrior, in a competitive race. This is the champion from Hong Kong. He has conquered Tokyo. He won the Suda Kanen in Japan. He's conquered Australia. He won the Cox Plate at Moonee Valley. And now, having been champion in Hong Kong, he's appearing in Dubai in the Jebel Hatta. That's the plan. On the turf, he'll be racing against Measured Time, the record breaker who won last time out for Charlie Appleby. But Romantic Warrior is going to have a go in the Jebel Hatta to hopefully prepare him for the Saudi Cup. And then if all goes well in the Saudi Cup, then he'll be here in Dubai again for the Dubai World Cup. 3 big races coming up for one of the best racehorses in the world, one of the best racehorses we have seen in recent times, the Hong Kong champion, Romantic Warrior. Well, I'm delighted to be joined by jockey Charlie Bennett, who's got 3 rides on the card tonight. Charlie, just before we get into it, you ride a bit, obviously, for Saeed. We've seen you in the Godolphin Blue a little bit. How much are you enjoying the experience here in Dubai? I think it's your second season riding here?
Yeah, it's my second season out here. I love it out here. The all-weather at home is very competitive, and there's not many meetings on, so it seems to be a different challenge out here. There's slightly more opportunities, and it's also a completely different way of riding, really.
What's the main challenge and the main difference?
Things seem to happen a lot faster in races here. I suppose on the all-weather at home it would happen fast as well, but I don't know, it's just very competitive, and it's just it's good to be involved, really.
Well, you're riding in the colours that you've won on before. Azuz runs in the first race. Caught a few people by surprise, I've got to tell you, when winning last time out. What are you expecting tonight?
Well, he's a funny horse because he's very quirky. He's got a bit of a stalls issue. That's why his form's been a bit hit and miss. But he managed to get his act together last time, and we know if he gets it right at the gate, he's a very capable horse. But he seems to fluff his lines more often than not. But if he can get away tonight as he did last time, he'll be very competitive.
And what about the track here? Because obviously he's charged a bit tighter than it is here. Do you think it'll be absolutely fine?
Yeah, I can't see it being an issue. He won over 6 furlongs last year. An extended mile the other day. 7 tonight should be in his wheelhouse, really, and as long as he gets it right at the start, he should be getting it right at the end, hopefully.
And then you don the Godolphin Blue later on. First of all, Movie Maker, always been a horse of plenty of ability. What about for tonight's conditions?
Yeah, it's great to have a ride for Saeed. He's an interesting horse. His work's very good. Not sure what happened when he ran here first time this season. He hadn't run for a long time, and he just seemed to be a bit rusty, and maybe needed it a bit on the night. But he seems to be working well since. So hopefully, if he's come forward, he has a good draw, and if it goes a bit smoother for him, hopefully he'll run well.
And then later on, you're riding Warsong, a horse that we haven't seen a lot of. We're trying to work out what sort of level Warsong is. What can you tell us? I mean, have you even sat on Warsong?
Yeah, I've sat on him at home in the mornings here. He's not run for a long time. His form was okay when he did see the race course. His first run was pretty good. He didn't seem to build on it, but he's been off a while now, so if he can bounce back to more like his first run and maybe improve a little bit for the time he's had, then I'm sure he could run well.
And last thing, Charlie, obviously, we always ask jockeys when they're riding out here, when they're normally based back in the UK, how do you enjoy your time out here in Dubai? Because obviously you do your work in the morning, obviously talk a lot about what's racing, what's coming up, horses, where to place them, etc. But then there's quite a bit of spare time. What could you do out here in Dubai?
I generally fill my time in the gym when I'm not riding out, or I play a lot of very, very moderate golf.
Who are the bandits that you play golf with?
There's plenty of bandits around, and I won't name them, but
we need to start naming and shaming them. I know a few of them.
I won't embarrass anybody, but yeah, we get out and chop it around regularly.
I know Dobbs, Cosgrave, all those guys. Yeah, be watching out for them. Charlie, good luck tonight. Best of luck with all those 3 rides, and particularly looking forward to seeing how you go in the first.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Well, I've come up to the pre-parade ring ahead of our first race, and I'm joined by my co-presenter tonight, Meydan Nichols, who's debuting for the team here at Meydan. Meydan, what's your experience been like so far here at Meydan?
It's been great. We've been spoiled this evening. We've got to see Laurel River and Romantic Warrior both having a walk round up at the track. So can't really start with anything better than seeing both of those two in the flesh, looking absolutely great ahead of hopefully their runs next week. But looking forward to tonight's card. I think for me, Romantic Style's the one I'm most looking forward to later on in our feature, the Cape Verde. But yeah, we've got some competitive racing up before that.
I hope you were listening to what Pat and I were talking about when we were talking about the Cape Verde. And he was saying, yes, he thinks Romantic Style will probably win. But obviously on the international market, she might be quite short. And I was saying, actually, I think I can understand why she is so short. Obviously, you'd won a slightly bigger prize. But do you think she is miles clear of everything else in the Cape Verde?
I do, yeah. She held some seriously strong level of form last year. Ultimately, on her last run, she was a no-show. Put a line through that. She's had a bit of a break. looking forward to seeing her up in the paddock to see how fit and ready she looks. But her form is another level above the others, and I know it's short, but it's buying money for me.
Okay. Well, you charged up here to see the horses in the pre-parade ring, our first race tonight, first of 9. And you even have a fancy in this opener for the purebred Arabians. What do you like?
I actually think I've selected the same horse as Pat, so I'm thinking that's a good start. But actually, right over your shoulder, number 10, Naif, who has got Sylvester de Souza on board. I just think that this horse finishes very well, is very consistent, and he's well drawn in 5.
Yeah, he was behind Azuz, who I spoke to Charlie Bennett a little bit earlier on. Charlie Bennett I was casting aspersions on Azuz, and I was saying, well, maybe Azuz's performance last time came a bit out of the blue, but he actually said, look, there's a reason for that. The horse doesn't always get away well, and that's been an excuse for why some of his performances have been below par. If he does get away, he can confirm the form, because I was saying to Pat earlier on, I said, I think Naif will beat Azuz again, and maybe Charlie's now put that bit of doubt in my mind.
Yeah, well, Charlie obviously knows the horse, which is important, but I was worried about the consistency as well. I'm not sure how much I trust him to back up his recent success, so I'm going to stick with my charge, Naif, number 10, who's just about to head out to the paddock now. I think he looks well. He's one of several for the team.
Okay, now you are going to do some work in the pre-parade ring tonight. You've been travelling the world. Have you been to Australia recently, is that right?
Yeah, I was in Australia for the Magic Million sales recently, so I've sort of cast my eye over horses of all sorts of shapes and sizes, so hopefully we'll be able to pick a couple of winners up here.
Okay, because I was going to put you to the test in this opening race and say give me one that really takes your eye, but you haven't, to be fair to you, haven't had much chance to look at all of them.
That's kind.
But you do like Naif, that's Megan's selection. I quite like Arkan Al-Wathba. I was saying earlier on to Pat, and indeed to Megan, that he's only run twice. He's won once here at Meydan, the other run was a blowout run, but I can't even locate him right now. Actually, he's over on the... Oh, he's behind me. As they used to say in those funny programs back in the... There he is, number 8. Quite an attractive horse for a purebred Arabian. You see, much smaller than the horse in front of him. Just have a look at that, the comparison to horse number 7, Octave, just in front of him. Octave's got a bad draw in 15, but I thought Arkan Al-Wathba might be interesting. Like I said, he's only had the 2 runs. One came here at Meydan. That was over 1,200 metres, and I'm hoping being back at Meydan will inspire a little bit more juice in him, and he'll run really well tonight. So those are a couple of the leading contenders. I mentioned, obviously, the Cape Verde. The other big race tonight, Megan, is the Coco Beach Stakes. Pat and I, again, not entirely agreeing. I'm going to give another chance to Arigato Gozo Mazu. He's going with Flame of Sunshine. How did you see that race?
Yeah, Flame of Sunshine for me as well. A filly that seems to be improving, and last time I just thought she was strong to the line. Any extra distance isn't going to be a problem as well, and yeah, she's improving, going the right way. I think she's the one of the group that is probably going to be going up through the levels at a quicker rate.
And how exciting, again, was it to see Laurel River and Romantic Warrior? I was thinking, you were saying to me about how much money Romantic Warrior had won. Was it something like £17 million?
It's just short of 18 million in pounds, which is incredible. I believe he's the highest earning thoroughbred ever, which is pretty incredible. He looked great, didn't he? He was nicely on his toes, nothing to be concerned about, took it all in his stride. He's a pro. He's travelled plenty now. I'd be worried if he didn't take it in his stride, but great to have him here. And Laurel River, who I haven't seen obviously for a while, I thought he looked great. He's a massive, big, strong, burly horse who carries
sharp,
condition, but I thought he looked brilliant.
Yeah, he's going to run the Firebreak Stakes next week on Fashion Friday. Romantic Warrior is going to take on Measured Time in the Jebel Hatta. The Al Maktoum Challenge might see Factor Cheval, who of course won the Dubai Turf last year on World Cup night. He's going to run on dirt in the Al Maktoum Challenge, prepping him who knows for what. It is going to be great next week, isn't it?
We're spoiled. All of the racing is top class, and the fact that we've got so many international runners coming in for, I suppose you can't even call it just a prep. You know, they're Group 1 races, and they are very strong throughout. So I'm looking forward to seeing when we get our, declared runners and how strong the card's really going to be. But of all the whispers and all the rumours at the moment, the fact that we've seen a few of them out on track training in the mornings and here this afternoon, I think it's looking good.
We are buzzing for next week, for Fashion Friday, but particularly for tonight's racing. As we said, the first of 9, not that far away, and very shortly the horses will be heading down to the paddock. And Pat Comerford will be steering the ship from up high in the commentary box all night.
Thank you, Rishi, and thank you, Megan. Really excited for tonight's programme, and well, Megan will learn very quickly. Staying away from my selections is usually the best idea. But I do think Naif will be very strong here in the Defender 90 to kick off the program. 15 runners with the withdrawal of Sandstorm AA. Some nice racing on show. The fillies with the Coco Beach and the Group 2 Cape Verde as our feature for the night for those 5 runners who will take to the track there for that race. 15 taking to the track and heading down the tunnel very shortly here as they race in the opener for 120,000 dirham. Well, we head into the parade here for the opening event, and runners start to make their way in for this first race. 15 to take to the track here. All the emergencies do not gain a start. Sandstorm AA makes his way out of the field, also her way, I should say. As we head to the first horse, number 1, Azuz, a commanding winner at Sharjah last time out to the races. Jabba Batar has had some good success here at Meydan in the last 12 to 18 months, and he brings 2 runners here. Azuz is the first, and he comes into this carrying the top weight after that nice performance there. He's got the 60 kilos off the equal top rating of 85, looking to make it 3 from 13 this evening. Number 2 is El Nino. Khalid Al Balushi will do the riding here, claiming 3 kilograms for Muhammad Al Ajmi. Last seen at Abu Dhabi, beaten a distance there down the track in a 0 to 100. Drops in class, will find this easier. Also off the rating of 85 is Farah, the 6-year-old mare by Rabadi Carrere for Yas Racing, Eric Lamartinel. Drawn a little wide in 14, so will be a little sticky from that draw. Was down the track behind AF Gaia in a 0 to 90 last time out. Also drops in class here, but as a result carries the top weight. A winning hope on the program here is the 6-year-old mare by AF Sanadek, that is AF Thawati, off 83, Tygo Shea for Ernst Ortel, and Mr. Khalid Khalifa Al Nabuda. Draws 11, so a little wide, but the 2-time winner is looking to get another notch up here after a nice performance, taking out its last win at Elaine over 7 furlongs. 5 is out, 6 is Jap Malawi, one of multiple runners for K Sabood. Marcelino Rodriguez claims 2.5, getting this 10-year-old down to 56. Off the rating here of 82. Has had 25 starts for 3 wins and 7 minor placings, and was a nice 6.5 length winner in a 0 to 70 last time out at Elaine. Danny Tudhope rides Octave for Al Ajban and Abdullah Al Hamadi. The 10-year-old Entire has had the 38 starts for 4 wins and 6 minors. Beaten a distance his last 2 starts, but again drops into a much more suitable class this evening. 8 is Carnival Wathbar, lightly raced, 2 starts for 1 win. That came here at Meydan back in the middle of February last season, winning by 3 1/4 lengths. Has got the Meydan stats on the board, which should take him a long way. Majid Al Jahuri with a good hand of runners, 2 main winning hopes in the event. 9 is Hadaf Al Wathbar, Saif Al Balushi, Khalid Khalifa Al Nayedi. Another one for Yas Racing here. 1 win, 3 minors. Was down the straight of the lane last time out, over 1,000. Steps back up in distance here to 7 furlongs. 2 starts ago at this distance was a winner, breaking the maiden. 10 is Naif for Silvestre de Souza, Majid Al Jahuri and Yas Racing. Draws favourably in gate number 5. Down the track behind Azuz last time out, running second, beaten 5 1/4. 2 starts before that was a maiden winner at Elaine. Looks a winning hope on the card and gets a nice weight swing on Azuz from last start. Alia Tiar will ride Speed Awam for Khalifa Al Nayedi, who saddles up multiple runners. Drawn a little sticky in 12, the 6-year-old Entire by No Risk El Mori. Only that 1 win from that 6 starts, no placings. Dropping back to a more suitable trip here over 7 after contesting 1800 last time out. 12 is Unlimited. 2 wins from 14 starts and 2 minors, off a rating of 80. Keep a close eye on him. He drops back sharply in trip after contesting over a mile or more his last few starts. Beaten a distance his last 3, but wouldn't shock to see her running a bold performance. AF Mutalek is the 13, Oscar Chavez for Case Abood. 2 wins from 21 starts. Last time up the hill at Jebel Ali was down the track in behind AF Lath. Back to a flatter surface. Fakira was not too far away from them last time out, a length and a half off Jap Alafreet at Abu Dhabi. Heads back onto the dirt here this time around and up in distance to 1,400 metres. And Ray Dawson will do the riding for Ibrahim Al Hadrami and Royal Cavalry Oman. Rich Pool's Pitch is the next runner here, Mohammed Al Shamsi and Hamid Al Basaidi. Claims 3 kilos, but drawn wide in 13. 16 AR Amira, 1 start at Sharjah, was a winner, beating home Asmahan, looking to go on with it after a nice maiden debut win. Runners are heading to the tunnel and making their way through here. Numbers for the first 10, 9, 4 and 16, with Naif on top for Majid Al Jahuri and Silvestre de Souza.
It is time for the first Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening, kindly sponsored by PHI Advertising. It's gone to horse number 11 in our opening race, Speed a Wham. He's looked after by Jaswant Singh, who is in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And Jaswant Singh is picking up his prize of 650 dirhams. And look at the smile on his face. I would give him the faces at the races tonight. He might get our first win of the night. But he's already picked up a prize, the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And our thanks to PHI Advertising. Well, Megan and I are going to focus in on a few of the main contenders for our opening race. And first of all, Megan, AF Thoroughbreds for Tiger O'Shea and Ernst Ortel. We know about Ernst Ortel's excellent record with his Arab runners. What do you think about this horse's chance?
Well, he's a strong traveller, that's for sure. So despite having a wide draw, he might be able to get to a prominent position. He returned this season with a nice victory at Elaine, but that was back in November. So he has had a little bit of a break since that, and certainly looks fit and looks well. Tiger O'Shea obviously on board. It's got to be a positive.
Yeah, you imagine Tiger would want to get this horse out handy and be close to the pace in order to secure a prominent spot turning for home. So you can see why AF Thoroughbreds would be one of the few on a short list of contenders for our opening race. Yas Racing with a lot of runners in this race, and this is Arkan Al Wathba, the one horse that I felt, or certainly one of the horses I felt being so lightly raced, open to improvement, and has won here.
Yeah, you like the chances of this horse, don't you? He was a winner here last February. He wasn't really ever involved on his return, so he is going to have to be a little bit sharper this time around. One of three for this stable. But he's pretty flashy, isn't he, trotting down there? He was certainly moving well and looks as if he's raring to go. So it is likely that he has improved from that return start.
Yeah, I mentioned Yas Racing with a fair few chances. Obviously, Hadaf Al Wathba would be another. This time, Saif Al Balushi riding. Hadaf Al Wathba, again, another one that you'd want to include on your shortlist, has been competing with consistency.
Yeah, I thought this horse certainly had an each-way chance. He's very consistent and often in the places. Stepping back up in trip was definitely a positive for him. He can finish pretty strong.
And the horse that took your eye, both in the paddock and in the calculations beforehand, Meydan, was number 10, Naif.
Yeah, he's well drawn in 5, and he's been very consistent this season. He's certainly likely to have another live chance this evening. He's another who tends to finish well. He'll be doing his best work later on.
He, of course, was behind Azuz last time, hoping to overturn that form. Here is horse number 16, AR Amira. Just the one start so far for this horse.
Yeah, his best run, or his run has, her run, sorry, has been over the 5 furlongs, stepping back up in trip again after a Sharjah victory. Pretty unexposed over this trip.
Connor Beasley riding AR Amira. Connor Beasley out in front in the standings in the UAE so far this season. I think he's 5 clear of his competitors. So the loading up process underway for our first race. The Defender 90. Meydan liked Naif. I liked Arkan Al Wathba. I believe Meydan has sided with Pat's selection here, number 10, Naif. Let's head up to the commentary box and join the man that is internationally known as the Rebel PC.
Thank you very much, Richie. Looking forward to kicking off our 9-race program here as Rich Pool's Pitch makes his way up into line. He joins the field here, Hamid Al-Basaidi doing the riding here. A few apprentice riders engaged to take a bit of weight off, including Khalid Al-Balushi, who will also claim 3 off El Nino. Marcelino Rodriguez aboard Jab Malawi for Kaysabud. Here's Unlimited in the black cap. Hadaf Al Wathba, one of 4 runners here for Yas Racing. Loads away for Saif Al Balushi. Here is Arkan Al Wathba, a Meydan winner already, looking to pick up another scalp here at Meydan this season. And Azuz with the blindfold applied, the final one to load away. 1,400 metres here for the Defender 90. Tonight's racing brought to you by Land Rover. Away we go. And Azuz was slow. Could that be his race done and dusted? He's a horse that does like to lead. So it is a sensation here in the early part of the race. AR Amira away fast with up there as well, Jab Malawi. Then came next in running out on the outside was a Naif, followed there by Hadaf El Wathba, El Nino, Fakir to the rail. Octave was deeper out from Rich Pool's Pitch. Then came Farah, who's just worse than midfield at the moment. AF Thawati next to him up on the running rail, going a little bit tardy at the moment, was Arkan Al Wathba up on the fence. He's just dropped a bit a little bit. Azuz now attaches himself to the back of the field. His stablemate behind him, Unlimited, at the back with Speed Awam. It's Jab Malawi, a length and a half in advance of Naif. Deeper out, working up into the race, Hadaf El Wathba. Fakir still sits 4th the rail from AR Amira. Then came El Nino, Octave. Up on the inside, still tracking into it okay now was Arkan El Wathba as they swing the bend. Azuz still working through runners here, but still with half a dozen to pick up at least. Next in running was AF Mutalik. From next out there was Farah along with Octave as Hadaf El Wathba takes over here in the final 250 metres. AR Amira, AF Thawati trying to get on level terms. It's Hadaf El Wathba and Saif El Balushi still a length and a half in advance of AR Amira, trying to get on level terms here. It's Hadaf El Wathba from AR Amira. AR Amira tries ever so hard, but cannot get Hadaf El Wathba. The winner by 3/4 of a length. AR Amira second from AF Thawati, and Fakir stuck on gamely for 4th. Next over there in running was Arkan El Wathba, who got out late and did his best work in the final stages. And El Nino was next from Naif, Unlimited, Azuz, his race costly there at the start. Farah was next over from Mutalik, then came Octave and Rich Pool's Pitch, along with Speed Awam, the last 2 home. Saif Al Balushi and Khalifa Al Nayedi combined with Hadaf El Wathba. The 5-year-old Entire by Shate going on to win. 3/4 of a length there, about or roundabouts on the line, beating home AR Amira, who tried very, very hard with the lightweight to make it 2 wins in quick succession after a debut maiden win at Sharjah. But Saif Al Balushi rewarded with a win here in the opening race from Meydan.
multiple representatives for Hadaf Al Wathba and Yaz Racing. And Megan, you were talking about the trip being key to this horse's chances today.
Yeah, well, stepping back up in trip has certainly helped him. He's been able to travel that little bit better and closer to the pace. He was sort of pitched a little bit wide, but from stall 7, that's not a shot, but had a nice clear passage and kicked off the bend. He wasn't for catching.
And AR Amira stuck on well after that one run so far under her belt at Sharjah.
Yeah, she's certainly improved, and again, stepping back up in trip looks to have helped her. One or two that caught the eye, finishing well. Jap Malawi was one that couldn't get to the front, but actually managed to finish well from a pretty bad pitch.
We spoke beforehand when we were looking at the horses in the pre-parade ring. In fact, Charlie Bennett said it himself about Azuz. Can miss the kick this time. Actually ran quite well in the circumstances again.
Yeah, all things considered, wasn't disgraced, but that start is so important, especially on the dirt. And as we know, this horse has had a little bit of inconsistency before, and he unfortunately missed the break and game was over from the start.
But in the end, even though AR Mir was always making that little bit of ground, you never felt was going to go past the winner.
No, I think that Saif Al-Bahushi had got it sort of sewn up off the bend. He's nicked a couple of important lengths, and they weren't for catching then. It was probably a little bit snug in the end.
Yeah, down on the inside, Fakir, who was drawn in 1, kept to the inside all the way through the race, has run okay. Finished back in 4th. AR Thawati was back in 3rd, and as Megan mentioned, JAP Malawi was back in 5th, Arkan Al Wathba in 6th. But the winner, always to the fore, had enough in hand to see off all his rivals. It's a win in the Yaz Racing colours for Hadaf Al Wathba.
Numbers in the Defender 90 over 1,400 metres, 9:16.4.14. Hadaf Al Wathba, winner's time 1:32.84, margins 3/4 by a length and 3/4, 9:16.4.14 in the opener.
مبروك ارباب مبروك ارباب
It is time to welcome back our first winner this evening on a 9-race card sponsored by Altair Motors. The first race, the Defender 90, won by the 5-year-old chestnut horse by Shate out of Chacha de Ghazal. In the colours of Yaz Racing, trained by Khalifa Al Nayadi and ridden by Saif Al Balushi. A round of applause for your first winner of the night, Hadaf Al Wathba. We're going to grab a work. Winning jockey Saif Al Balushi has Hadaf Al Wathba still on his toes. Talk me through the race from your point of view. In front, some way from home, showed good courage.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be honest, he's a good horse from last season.
Yeah.
but unlucky many times second in Meydan. He take long time in Meydan, but he's cross. He like Meydan track. Probably he did well today. Yeah.
Were you always confident that you would hold off the challengers?
Not really, but yeah, he's always in front, you know. But for winner, no more confidence with him. Yeah.
He's very consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We wish you the very best for the rest of the card, and well done with Hadaf Al Wathba.
Thank you very much.
couple of the horses are in the pre-parade ring ahead of our second race, and the first I'm interested to see is the Ice Phoenix, who is making his Meydan debut. He was a pretty decent miler in the UK when previously trained by Charlie Hills. Now, he has got a bit of a poor draw out in 14, but he tends to jump pretty well. I think he looks good. He's certainly fit anyway, so he's certainly a horse to keep an eye on. If he jumps well, I think he's got a pretty live chance, probably an each-way selection. If we actually cut across the pre-parade ring here, we'll have a look at the top horse here, Mount Kosciuszko, who is carrying top weight and has been running on the dirt, going well this season. Switches back to the turf today and has previously been a consistent performer on both surfaces, so that shouldn't be a problem for him. Red hood on just to keep him nice and relaxed, but so far that is certainly working. So both of these horses are looking good in the paddock, and two striking greys to sort of catch your eye. One horse we're going to keep an eye on who hasn't quite arrived yet is Tamrat, who won't be parading in the main paddock. So as soon as he's here, we'll get a good look at him, and anything to sort of report, we'll certainly speak to or with Rishi about that. But he's a horse that's making his debut over here as well. He's been gelded since we last saw him, and he's now joined the Simon and Ed Crisford team. So he's certainly one of interest, and we'll catch a bit more of these horses once they're down in the main paddock. Well, we're waiting for Tamrat to come and join the others here in the pre-parade ring, and he has now arrived. He's a big, strong gelding. As I say, he's been gelded since we last saw him running, a son of invincible spirit, but he's certainly got a lot of size and scope about him. I'd have said that having had a little bit of a break and the gelding operation, he might just tighten up and improve from this first run back. Now, he looks great in his skin, but as I say, he's a big, burly horse, and it might be that this run just helps him improve a little bit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our second field into the parade here for our first of our thoroughbred races for the evening. This one here is the Defender over the 1900 metres on turf. We go 9.5 furlongs. First race on turf this evening. Take note, the rail position is out 10 metres. Let's have a look at our first runner, and that is Mount Kosciuszko. He was narrowly denied by Al Yarbary on the dirt last time out. He makes his switch over to the turf at Meydan for the first time in his career. Has had two great runs so far. A 10.5 length winner over 1800 metres when he was first up for the campaign there at Jebel Ali, and then over the dirt at Meydan last time out over 2000 was beaten a half length. He profiles as a good horse and a good chance in this event, and Mikhail Barcelona does the riding here from gate 4. 3 is Emperor's Star, the 4-year-old gelding by See the Stars. Charlie Appleby and William Buick also combine here. He was a winner at Chelmsford City. That was 3 starts ago on the 31st of August 2023. Returned off a big break last week at Meydan, and he comes in off the quick backup here after a much more suitable trip. 4 is the Ice Phoenix, the 4-year-old colt by Phoenix of Spain. Danny Tudhope for Lucci Body. 3-time winner from 12 starts, and he makes his UAE debut, last seen at Kempton Park over a mile in a 0 to 85. First up since the 2nd of October last year. 5 is Tahoku, Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamish and Mr. Sultan Ali. Second last time out over a mile at Abu Dhabi in behind Echo Point. Ran a good race there, the son of Astern, and heads to Meydan for the first time this season. Stormy Waves is the 6, Bernardo Pinheiro for Salam bin Gadaya, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. 1 win, 3 minors from 6 starts, and he's had only the 1 run this campaign. That was at Jebel Ali. He was down the track, beaten a distance. He may appreciate the turf here at Meydan just a little bit better. Ajwad is first up for the year. He was seen at the sort of almost the back end of last season, the 23rd of February. That was down the straight here at Meydan. So he starts over a bit more of a trip first up here this time around. Sam Hitchcock will partner Athan for Fauzi Nas and Golf Racing Club LLC. He was a runner at Meydan 2 weeks ago in behind Crown Estate. He was beaten a distance there on the dirt. He makes a switch over to the turf here and up in distance from a mile to 1900. 9 is Poster Paint. He's been down the track his last 2. They were on the dirt at Meydan and on the turf last start at Abu Dhabi in behind Stormy Ocean. Bit of a messy race that, and for quite a few of them it's been put a line through it on the form book, so we'll hopefully see Poster Paint bounce back from that performance. Former European Lunatic makes his UAE debut here for Václav Janacek and Guillermo Arizcoreta. The 5-year-old gelding by See the Moon has had 2 wins and 6 minors from his 16 starts and was a last start winner at Epsom before making his way here. 12 is Ratab, the 7-year-old gelding by Frankel, Jules Mobian for Ali Al-Badwawi. See how he makes his, if he makes his presence felt or not here in this event. The former Irish galloper, and he hopefully will see him run well here as he makes his first up performance and first run since October 2021. 1,197 days between runs. "13 Age of Baroque, 4-year-old gelding by Lope de Vega for Lucibody, and Andrew Slattery off the rating of 75. He carries the 54 kilograms and hopefully will improve off that last start performance where getting beaten a distance in behind Al Sail. That was on the dirt there over 1600, so back onto the turf. 14 Persian Empire, the 7-year-old gelding by Shamadal for Abu Bakar Daud, Case El Basadi, doing the riding for Freeba Racing. He was seen at the back end of last year at Meydan there, beaten a distance by Welcome Dream. Switches over here to the turf for the first time this season, Persian Empire. So still waiting on a couple more runners. Tamrat yet to make its way into the parade, and Legend of Khan we still wait on here as the runners head out onto the turf here for race number 2. So here's Tamrat making his way down the tunnel, a late arrival here. The son of Invincible Spirit, Simon and Ed Crisford, take over this former Irish galloper. Pat Dobbs doing the riding for SMR Racing. A late arrival, but one of the major hopes on the international market for race number 2. And last but not least, out into the yard, Legend of Khan, for Masaba, Maheri, Silvestre, D'Souza aboard here, the one-time winner from 13 starts. He's had the 2 runs so far this campaign, but this is the first time we see him at Meydan, back onto the turf after being down the track at Jebel Ali over a mile last start. That's our runners. They make their way to the gates for race 2.
Our second PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award is almost upon us. In race 2, it has gone to number 10, Lunatic, who's looked after by Mohammed Farouk. He's currently in the winner's enclosure alongside Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, and he's about to pick up that prize of 650 dirhams. Look at the smile on Mohammed Farouk's face. He is loving every minute of that. 650 big ones tucked up in his enormous pocket, because it is a big check. And our thanks once again to PHI Advertising for supporting tonight's Best Turned Out Horse Award. Well, it's time to focus in on some of the leading contenders for our second race. The Defender, 1,900 metres on the turf, a handicap worth 190,000 dirhams. And we're looking at Emperor's Star. Obviously, Megan, when Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin are represented, we tend to think they've obviously got a very good chance. But there are question marks against this horse tonight, I think.
Yeah, well, one of them being his draw out in stall 13. It's not ideal pitch. He is, however, still lightly raced and unexposed. One thing he is definitely unexposed, that is this trip. Winning over 7 furlong last time, it was a pretty snug victory and he was strong to the line, but it's an extra couple of furlongs that he has to see out today.
Tell me, one thing about his form is the fact that he ran in September of 2023, then nothing again till just a week ago. Would you be concerned at all about a horse that hadn't run for such a long time coming back to the races in a week?
Yeah, we worry about the bounce factor. Often the horses sort of can bounce back really well after a long break, and then their second run, they can be a little bit disappointing. One thing I thought is this horse took everything in his stride. He looked well, and he didn't look to be bothered at all in the quick return back to the racecourse. I suppose this race is very competitive, and therefore there's lots of horses you can make a strong case for. Emperor's Star, as we say, has got to see out the new trip, but another horse that I am interested in, drawn annoyingly out wide as well, is the Ice Phoenix, who, again, he was a horse that did very well back at home over the mile. A slight step up in trip for him today and a wider draw to overcome.
Yeah, Lucia Botti trains the Ice Phoenix, who is in 13, just to the outside of Emperor's Star. That form where he beat Olympic Candle on the all-weather at Southwell back in September certainly puts him in the mix tonight, but there is that question mark about first run since October, drawn out wide. A couple of things like Emperor's Star to overcome.
Yeah, and he's the Ice Phoenix, a horse that does jump out the stalls quite quickly, usually, so that might be in his favour. Danny Tudhope will be trying to stay wide, be positive for a few strides, and hopefully track over. That could then suit William Buick, who might just be able to get a nice lead towards the front of the pack. But in saying that, a couple of horses that are interesting, drawn slightly better. One of those, Tamrat, who is drawn in 3. He switches stables for the first time running for Simon and Ed Crisford, and he's been gelded since we last saw him.
Yeah, he kept pretty good company for Ger Lyons and Colin Keane. He was a pretty consistent performer, and I guess if you were guaranteed that he was fit, you'd definitely consider him to be in the mix tonight.
Yeah, you look through his form, and it was interesting that Ger Lyons tried a few different trips. They really stepped him quite far up in distance to the mile 5 and then dropped him back. I feel as if the sort of mile 1 and to mile 2 is the ideal trip for him. So this is a nice starting point. He's a big, strong, burly horse though, Rishi, and I just wonder, will he tuck up a little bit from this start back after a bit of a break?
What was your final selection?
I must say my paddock pick goes to Poster Paint, who looked an absolute picture. Well drawn in 1, as he likes to be ridden forward. He was a course and distance winner last year, and he's definitely down to an attractive mark.
Poster Paint painted a picture for you, and actually won, making the running last season. I think drawn in stall 1, then he might be quite interesting as well. I've gone for Mount Kosciuszko. I'm hoping that he gets a clean run, and the Cal Barcelona can get him home in front. Let's head up to the commentary box and join Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. About 3 runners left to load as Stormy Waves makes his way up into line, the Ice Phoenix. The last one will be the newly acquired Lunatic, the last start winner from Epsom. 1,900 metres ahead of them, rail out 10 here, the first of our turf races for the evening. Racing, starter says go. The Ice Phoenix caught it very well with Ajwad to Hoku, deep around Legend of Khan, working into it up the inside. Stormy Waves along with Poster Paint the rail. Then came Mount Kosciuszko from Lunatic in their midfield. Age of Baroque, Tamrat, Persian Empire. Out to second to last was Ratib on the long-awaited return. And William Buick's going to take his medicine and head back to the end here on Emperor's Star. So it is Ajwad the leader for Rashid Borsley, out clear by around 4 lengths here down the back. The Ice Phoenix is in second, running along well. Stormy Waves tracks him in third from Tohoku, Poster Paint and Legend of Khan. It was a length and a half back to Tamrat, who spots the lead about 8 or 9 lengths. Lunatic, Mount Kosciuszko. Emperor's Star works up to 5th to last, followed there by Age of Baroque, 8th. Second to last was Ratib, and now out to last was Persian Empire. Ajwad running them at good sectionals, 11.16, 11 flat, 11.4. So rolling them along up in front here is Oscar Chavez. The margin now 3 lengths. The Ice Phoenix gets closer. Stormy Waves still third and gets the box seat. He's had a nice run in transit so far. Poster Paint the 1-1. Tohoku flushed out 3 wide. From Legend of Khan, Tamrat. Emperor's Star looking for runs up the inside with Mount Kosciuszko. Lunatic keeping them there and keeping them honest. Age of Baroque was next from 8th and Persian Empire. And the last one, Ratib, as they swing into the straight, where it's the Ice Phoenix who comes up to the outside now of Ajwad. Tohoku makes a run. Stormy Waves looking for room. Tohoku then came deep around Legend of Khan, and Lunatic starting to work into the race here as well as they make the running down the straight here now. Lunatic up on the outside starts to present here in the final stages. Up on the outside there, Lunatic along with Legend of Khan. Emperor's Star trying to work through Poster Paint. Tohoku. It's Legend of Khan. Lunatic the outside, diving, misses. Legend of Khan beats Lunatic. Third over was Emperor's Star from Poster Paint. Tamrat was next from Tohoku. Then came Mount Kosciuszko from the Ice Phoenix, who dropped away Stormy Waves. Next over was Ratib along with the early leader in Ajwad. Age of Baroque was at the back of the field also with Persian Empire and Athen, a long last. Legend of Khan goes on to win. Lunatic made a very good challenge there in the late stages, but Legend of Khan will go on to win. Silvestre de Souza for Musaba Al Maheri in the Defender over 1,900 metres. It was a genuine run race thanks to the Rashid Borsley trained Ajwad, who was the sprinter stepping well up in trip, but the 12-year-old Entire by Rock of Gibraltar could not sustain it. But it did set up for a few of these at the back of the field to work into the race, most namely Lunatic, who's made a great start to his UAE career. Emperor's Star was third. Poster Paint has run a good race after getting that 1-1 under Pat Cosgrave through the middle stages of the race. But it was all the 11, Legend of Khan, breaking through here for a nice win for local Creator Racing. Musaba Al Maheri and Silvestre de Souza on the board.
And a second career win for Legend of Khan, who turned into the straight 5 wide and came through, whilst one or two maybe got caught in a little bit of traffic down on the rail. This horse had clear sailing and held off Lunatic, Meg.
Yeah, a nice clean passage down the straight, and he sort of sat halfway, travelled nicely for Silvestre de Souza, who was ultra strong in the finish. Now, this horse hasn't won for 2 years, but he was pretty useful in his day. Nice to see him back to winning ways. Lunatics ran extremely well on his stable debut from quite far back as well, but it certainly paid to be a little bit wider turning in the straight in this race, as there was a bit of argy-bargy down the inside.
Will Buick turned into the straight right down on the inside rail on Emperor's Star, eventually swung out into the middle of the track, was making up good ground late on.
Yeah, Emperor's Star just missed the kick a little bit, and William had no option other than to be patient and drop in. But Emperor's Star certainly saw out this new trip without a problem, and I think with a cleaner passage he'd have been closer, so he wanted to keep an eye on for sure. Poster Paint ran around a little bit under pressure, but he's ran really well. He's certainly one that's going to get his head in front before too long as well.
You mentioned about Ice Phoenix being prominent early, which is exactly what happened, but in the end, the pace of the race was quite strong, left them a little bit vulnerable in the closing stages.
Yeah, it certainly suited the horses that were sat a little bit further back and closing. The pace did certainly collapse. I'd argue that possibly the Ice Phoenix hasn't quite seen out this trip. He's got plenty of pace, and back to the mile might suit him. But that was a nice run on his UAE debut as well. But it was Legend of Khan who was back to winning ways after nearly 2 years since he's had his head in front. It was nice to see him back in the winners' enclosure.
Silvestre de Souza doing the steering for trainer Musaba Al Maheri and local Creator Racing.
Numbers confirmed here for the Defender, 11-10-3-9. 11-10-3-9, race 2. Winner's time 1:54.38. Margins a neck by a neck. 11-10-3-9, race 2.
Time to welcome back our second winner of the night after the Defender. 5-year-old bay gelding by Cairo Prince out of Goodness Grey, ridden by Silvestre de Souza, trained by Musaba Al Maheri and owned by local Creator Racing. Your winner, Legend of Khan.
جود واحد رشح اكيد انا رشحت ثاني انت رشحت الله حقي يا بتعيش هذا زين ثاني ها لكن بس
Silvestre de Souza just doing the honours, weighing in after that win on Legend of Khan. A horse who hasn't really been in great form, but Silvestre, we're going to talk through this performance. I said the horse hasn't really been in good form, but he showed a tremendous attitude in the closing stages.
He has indeed. He showed a good wheeling attitude, and he's been well trained at home, and you know, he has run in a couple of tough races. but slipped down to his own class, helps with the weight we carry, and he came to this race, he deserved to put his head in front,
Tell me about the pace of the race, because Ajwad went off in front, seemed to be clocking some good fractions. How quickly were you able to assess that you needed to save a bit?
And I was always planning to just be behind the leaders, wait, obviously, well, we always think about Godolphin's horse has the best chance in the race, and I was happy the way he traveled, but I thought there was going a fracture too quick for my like, and I just rolled my own race.
Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given, 11.10.39, Legend of Carnival.
It is time for our second presentation of the evening. Tonight's 9-race card, sponsored by Althea Motors, and the second race was entitled Defender, and it was won in fine style by Legend of Can. We'd like to welcome up onto the stage now to make the presentation Mr. Owais Tungekod, the General Manager, Jaguar Land Rover at Althea Motors. And what a thrilling performance, courtesy of Legend of Can. And stepping forward to receive now, Local Creator Racing, led by Mr. Abubakar Kadura.
well for race 3. Our runners are in the pre-parading ahead of getting saddled. Number 1 here, Bold Style, is not going to be parading. He will be going straight down to the start with a pony. Now, this horse has had a bit of time off the track. We haven't seen him since July. He's a strong traveller. He's quite keen. I'd have said that he looks to me as if he's run up a little bit light. Now, he's a horse that isn't massive, but he just lacks a little bit of condition in comparison to 1 or 2. Quite a short walker. He's got that hood on to keep him relaxed. But for me, I just think that he's a horse that just lacks a little bit of condition, as I say, and be interesting. I think he could be a bit too fresh on his seasonal reappearance. Hopefully, he can stay as relaxed as possible, but not massively positive signs for me for this horse. It'll be interesting to see how he takes to things once out on the track. Also getting saddled is another Godolphin runner, however, trained by Saeed bin Saror. This is Wild Tiger, who again has a hood on, but the red hood will be removed down at the start. You can see he's got those cheek pieces on. He's unbeaten when wearing those. Another horse that hasn't been seen for a little while, but a different model to Bold Style. He's got a bit more about him. He's a little bit thicker through the chest, a little bit longer through the back. I thought this horse looks fit and well for his return. 7 furlongs a little sharp, but I tell you, he looks an absolute picture. Well, one of the runners who's also not parading and will be going straight down to the start is Monada. Now, he's actually not going in the saddling box. He's a little bit quirky, has a lip chain on to try and just help his groom with a little bit of extra control. He's had to take a couple of turns in between saddling, getting his girth and surcingle on. He's not been the easiest of customers, and Bupat and his team are doing a great job to try and keep him calm. Thankfully, he's showing off in front of the camera, as since we've turned to him, he's certainly behaving much better. But we'll keep an eye on this horse. He's clearly quite highly strung. As you can see him walking past, you can just see that lip chain under that front lip, and just try and keep him nice and relaxed. And it's working, but he's not the easiest. He has got a pair of front boots on as well, just over each boots there. He's probably quite a big stepper, and just to stop him from pulling his shoes off before he gets down to the start. But just a little bit of a quirky customer in race 3.
So, ladies and gentlemen, runners are making their way into the parade for race number 3 on the program. Take note, a withdrawal from race number 4. Race 4, number 1, Theatre Honours, is a withdrawal from the 4th event at 6:23 on veterinary advice. So race 4, number 1, Theatre Honours, rule a line there. Race number 3 is our next event. It is the Defender Octa for 300,000 dirham, 85 to 105 over the 1400 metres on turf. Let's head to our first horse, number 1, Bold Style, who was a winner at Chelmsford City in a novice 4 starts ago. He has been running in listed company on a number of occasions since then, including a 2nd placing. He comes into this as equal highest rated at 104, the son of Shamadal. Stepping out for career start, number 6. 1400 metres certainly looks a starting point here for the 6-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Half it for Masaba Al Maheri and Oscar Chavez. 104 rater, last seen over 2,800 metres at Ascot in Group 2 company. That was in June of 2002. So a 7-furlong race to kick off after a 947-day break. Wild Tiger looks to make it 4 on the trot after a really successful off-season break back home in Europe. He's been able to pick up 3 wins in a row at Yarmouth, Goodwood and Ascot. And he returns here with a nice resume so far here at Meydan. Has performed at the track in the past and will be hoping to pick up a 5th win here. 4 wins and a 2nd from his 6 starts to date. Sharbanda is the 4 for Thomas Lukasak and Ingrid Koplakova. Last seen running here on the 21st of April 2024. That was on the dirt over 1,400 metres. So coming off a long break here, and first up for the campaign, the entire by Storm the Stars. Number 5, Echo Point, a 7-year-old Dabawi for Mr. Nasser Asker, Masaba Al Maheri and Silvestre de Souza doing the riding here, who was aboard him in the listed race, the listed President's Cup for the thoroughbreds. He was 5th, beaten 6 1/4 by Make Me King last time out to the races. Stays at the distance and makes his way here to Meydan for the first time this season. 6 is Gali, the 9-year-old for Said bin Saror. Christian House will claim 1.5 kilograms, getting the runner down to 58 here. The 5-time winner from 14 starts, beaten a distance last time out. That was last week in behind First Conquest. He drops back in trip from 1,800 to 1,400. 7 is El Salts for Mikhail Barcelona and Ali Al Badwawi. One of 2 runners here for Shadwell in the race. He was down the track last time out, also coming out of that President's Cup thoroughbred race. He returns here to Meydan for the first time since early March of last year. Number 8 is Mountbatten. We've already seen him pick up a win this season so far. A nice performance and win at Abu Dhabi over 1,400 in a 0 to 100. He also comes through the President's Cup form line. That was last time out, running 6th on that occasion. Danny Tudhope stays on board from Masaba Al Maheri and Mr. Muhammad Ali. 9 is Ragib, Michael Costa, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Ben Cohen to ride off the rating of 97. Drawn a little wide in 10 in this big field and increases his run from 1,200 up to 14, so turns a corner after contesting last time out in behind Rasas. Andreas Versalius is the 10, another President's Cup contender last time out. He comes to Meydan. Last time we saw him here was early March of last year in behind Aj Diet there in a 60 to 85. This is tougher. 12 is Movie Maker, another one for Syed bin Saror. Charlie Bennett rides off the rating of 96. He was beaten a distance behind Native Approach in the later part of December. That was his only run for the season here. We did see him at Newbury in September before making his way back here to Dubai. It is our runner Movie Maker for Godolphin, who spots the red cap. Mark Wynn will ride Silky Wilkie for Carl Burke. Beaten a distance behind Rasas down the straight last start. Heads up to 7 here and turns the corner this time around. The son of Memis, who's 6 wins from 49 starts along with 21 placings. Quite an honest contender over the journey. Changing Colours was victorious here last season with an all-the-way in front win. We'll see if he echoes similar tactics here from gate number 6. Ray Dawson does the riding here for Julio Olajuara. 15 is Tamburrata, Sam Hitchcott for the Sam Syndicate, Ahmed bin Hamish. Beaten a distance 2 weeks ago behind Poker Face. That was at Group 2 level. He drops back in grade to a much more suitable event.
Well, it's always great to catch up with Louis Stewart, who is representing Syed bin Saror, who's got a fair few runners in this race, Lou, but the one that we're most excited by is seeing Wild Tiger back in action. Last time, he won the Royal Hunt Cup at Royal Ascot. How's he been since then? Why has he been off the track?
Maybe a few little niggles he's had since Royal Ascot, which is unfortunate, but good to give him a break. He had a good purple patch back in the UK last season, which was good to see. He seems to be a very versatile horse and coming to his own of age, so it's good to see, and we're excited to see him back, and touchwood all goes well.
I mentioned to Pat Comerford earlier on, I was saying, listen, I felt that he ran okay in his 2 races here last season, but he got even better. He's improving. And it's possible for a horse like him that he might still have improved since the summer. Are there any signs of that?
Yeah, for sure. He was obviously a very inexperienced horse early on, considering he was 4 years old starting off his career. He actually won over 5 furlongs, which is quite unusual being by Frankel out of Antara. So I think he's coming to his own with age. He's starting to learn a lot more now, and he's doing everything the right way around.
Are you worried about the draw out wide?
I mean, the draw's not ideal here. Obviously, 7 furlongs is quite difficult. You come into the first bend quite quickly, but we have 2 other runners in the race, so the fraction should be nice and honest, and hopefully gets a safe trip round.
I was about to ask you about the 2 other runners, Movie Maker and Gali, and what can we expect from them today?
Yeah, look, Ghali's obviously a nice horse on his day. I think the trip will suit him a lot better today. 7 furlongs is probably more his game than the 9 he ran over last time out. Quick turnaround. I think he's fine doing so, and they've both got good draws. Movie Maker probably a horse that might benefit going a little bit further in time, but both nice horses, and hopefully they can run well.
Always great to catch up. Best of luck with all the runners, but particularly with Wild Tiger.
Thanks, Rishi.
And last but not least, making his way into the parade late was the 11 in Monada, Tiger Shea for Bupat Seema and Shadwell, who comes into this off a rating of 96, drawn very favourably in 4. The last one to make his way out onto the course here for this wonderful event over 1,400 metres for 300,000 dirham.
Well, we come to the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Award for race 3. And in this race has gone to horse number 5, Echo Point. He's looked after by Mohamed Riaz Attar. He's in the winner's enclosure. Where is the winner's enclosure? Boom, it's just over there. And that's where Mohamed Morsi is as well, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And he's presenting a prize of 650 dirhams to Mohamed Riaz Attar. And he's going to take that enormous check, crumple it up and put it in his pocket. Congratulations to Mohamed Riaz Attar, Echo Point. Best of luck in our upcoming race, and our thanks to PHI Advertising. Well, not long before the off for our third race, the defender Octa, and we're looking at horse number 1, Bold Style. Now, Megan, he's got some really good form in the book. The second to Boiling Point would put him in with a big chance. But how confident are you that he can give the weight away against one or two interesting rivals?
He's not the most straightforward, Rishi, and he's quite a keen goer. I just slightly worry that a big field like this isn't going to help his chances of settling in the early stages. I think it's a tricky job to give away this weight. I think he's going to run a little bit fresh on his return to the track. We haven't seen him since July.
Well, we haven't seen Wild Tiger since June, but that was at Royal Ascot and the Royal Hunt Cup, which is always a tough race, as you well know. I thought he had a great chance tonight, even though he's got an awkward draw.
Yeah, the draw isn't ideal. If he can overcome that, then definitely he's got a big chance. He's unbeaten in those cheek pieces that he wears as usual, and certainly progressive. I wonder if he's the horse still running in a handicap that could be of group potential.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Have a quick look at horse number 9, Regib. Now, he's not really bred for sprint distances, I don't think, and he had a run last time out of 1,200 metres. Slight step up and trip to suit.
Definitely, yes. He can improve. Everything just happened a bit quickly for him over the 6 furlongs. That was his sort of preparation, I suppose, and this trip will allow him a chance to travel that bit better. I think he's one that can improve, but again, a bit of a wide draw out in 10, and I imagine that Ben Cohen will just allow this horse into his stride and not force him too early.
Okay, what do you think will win?
I think Wild Tiger, if he can overcome that draw, he's a very progressive horse. I thought he looked fit enough on his return that he can certainly make a big and bold impression.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he progressed quite a bit last season in the UK from his runs here at Meydan, and I'm expecting him to go forward once again. He's going forward very shortly, Wild Tiger, for Dylan McMonagle, Side Bin Saror in the Godolphin Blue. Side Bin Saror, obviously, represented by 2 other runners here in Movie Maker and Gali. Charlie Appleby's got Bold Style. So plenty of intrigue in our third race, the defender Octa. Let's head up to the commentary box and rejoin Pat.
So Harford comes forward now. He returns off a very long break, nearly 950 days off the scene. Last seen a 2,800 metre Group 2, so this just looks merely a starting point for him. Wild Tiger about to be brought forward. Dylan McMonagle picking up the ride. He rode incredibly well with the limited rides that he had last week. Very close in almost getting West Acre home there down the straight. So he's certainly due a win here. Shabanda about to be brought forward. Andreas Versalius has been loaded away, and we are set to go here. So nice big field for you. Over 1,400 metres. The defender Octa, and the field is underway. Changing colours broke well with Gali working forward, Echo Point, and Al Salt's going to find himself in the first 4. From Movie Maker, deeper out, Mountbatten shuffles up for a position with Silky Wilkie, Regib. In amongst traffic, Monada, Bold Style, Movie Maker, the rail, Shabanda. He's a little bit deep at the moment. Then came Wild Tiger back to 4th to last from Andreas Versalius, Tamburrata and Haffett. That's your order, as Changing Colours makes his way down the straight, down the side, I should say, 3/4 in advance of Garley. Al Salt was third and a little wide from Echo Point and Mountbatten. Then came Monada, Silky Wilkie from Movie Maker and Bold Style. Wild Tiger was next from Shabanda, who's been shuffled back with Regib. Then came Andreas Versalius, Tamburrata and Haffett as they straighten up for home. And it is Changing Colours, the leader. Presenting up on the outside here for a good run is Monada, presenting here along with Garley. Then came Echo Point. Deeper out, working into the race now, was Bold Style along with Wild Tiger, who's trying to get warm here. It's Echo Point, though, who takes over in the final stages from Andreas Versalius, who's starting to get on level terms. No Wild Tiger yet. It's Echo Point. Andreas Versalius diving the outside, misses. Echo Point. Echo Point does it again. D'Souza and Masaba Almaheri with back-to-back winners. Andreas Versalius was next over from Changing Colours. Then came Wild Tiger. He crossed over about fourth there in the run from Bold Style. Next over was Al Salt, Movie Maker, Mountbatten, Garley. From Shabanda, Regib, Tamburrata. Next over there was Silky Wilkie. Crossing over there last of all was Monada along with Haffett. Echo Point, Silvestre D'Souza and Masaba Almaheri off the rating of 99 staves off Andreas Versalius, who was very game. Changing Colours has done very well to stick on and do it at both ends, and we'll see Al Salt run into fourth position there. Echo Point goes on to get the win. Silvestre D'Souza having a good night so far, a neck the margin between Andreas Versalius, who was very game. No Bold Style and no Wild Tiger in the frame. So certainly a result that we weren't expecting, but nevertheless a great performance from the winner, the runner-up, and Changing Colours as well, who is certainly getting fitter, and we'll see him potentially an on-speed winner in the near future. 5, 10, 14 and 7.
And incredibly, that was a track record, 1:21.45, bettering Al Sahal's track record back in 2023 from Echo Point, the best turned out horse. And Megan, he had to be pretty brave because he's in front long enough.
Yeah, but Sylvester's had the dream passage through. He was drawn in one and just got a nice toe into the race off a pretty strong pace, and your eye's drawn to him turning in. He travelled oh so well, he's quickened up nicely, and ultimately I think the strong pace for him to aim at has worked out well. The eye catcher of the race has to be Wild Tiger. He was drawn wide, he had to be ridden with a little bit of patience, switched right up the straight, and he ran on. Back up to the mile, he's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Wild Tiger ran with a great deal of promise on his comeback run. Andreas Versalius just had to wait in the home straight before switching out from behind Echo Point to go and try and get the winner.
Yeah, Connor Beasley's got a great tune out of Andreas Versalius, for sure. He's ran on really well. I thought at one point he looked like he was going to go and catch Echo Point, but Silvestre D'Souza had enough underneath him to just hold on late. They did get a little bit close, a bit of intimidation, but nothing too much to worry about. Echo Point had enough underneath him. Look at him here, Rashid, turning into the home straight. Silvestre D'Souza is still taking a pull.
This horse used to be trained by Charlie Appleby back in the day. Now, of course, with Masaba Almaheri, giving Masaba and Silvestre D'Souza a double on the card. Bold Style, quick word about his effort.
He was a little bit keen in the mid-division, and I sort of think he's pulled himself too soon, and I think hopefully that will take the sort of cobwebs away, that freshness out of him, and maybe a better run next time, but too keen too early.
Down on the rail there, Changing Colours ran with a dealer credit, as did Al Salt. They finished third and fourth. But as Megan said, I think Wild Tiger will step up significantly from that. Enough encouragement on his comeback run. But it's been a great night so far for Silvestre D'Souza and Masaba Almaheri. Echo Point, the winner of race 3.
And the numbers here in the Defender Octa: 5, 10, 14 and 7, 5, 10, 14, 7. Echo Point 121.45, a track record, neck by 2.5 lengths, 5, 10, 14 and 7, race 3.
Time to welcome back our third winner of the evening after the Defender Octa. This race has gone to the 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Dubawi out of Yodeling, owned by Mr. Nasser Asker, trained by Musaba Al-Maheri, ridden by Silvestre de Souza. The winner is Echo, 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 Point!
Okay, guys, ready? Okay.
Here's Silvestre de Souza. Never in doubt. His smile is twice as wide as it was earlier on. That's because he's ridden his second winner of the night. And this time, you were going so well turning for home, traveling really kindly.
He has. He ran a tough race last time in a listed, and he just, he got a bit less than 2 lengths, and he deserves to win a race like this. He's a horse we like a lot going forward, and he's a good handicapper.
Just when they crossed the line, and I was told the winning time, 1:21.45, was the track record and beaten Al Sahal's track record. Did it feel like that through the race?
Feels we went really hard early on, and he's a horse, he likes to be in front, bowling alone, but I felt was a genuine pace where he just sit comfortable behind the leaders, and he picked up because he went so quick. He didn't deliver probably the way he should, but we managed to get a track record, and he's a nice horse.
Well done.
Thank you.
It is now time for our third presentation of the evening following the running of our third race, the Defender Octa, which was won by Echo Point. Stepping forward to make the presentation, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Basil Asfari, the Senior Marketing Manager for Jaguar Land Rover at Altair Motors. Altair Motors sponsoring tonight's 9-race card. We are grateful to have one of our pillar partners here tonight at Meydan. The winner, Echo Point, in the colours of Mr. Nasser Asker, who's going to the stage now, accompanied by Sharif.
Well, for race 4, we are switching back to the dirt. So we'll have a look at a couple of the runners ahead of our next handicap. The first of those is number 5, Home Spin. I thought this horse would likely improve plenty from his return run at Abu Dhabi when he looked to get a little bit tired late on. Now, I think he's probably going to come on again from this run. He's a thick set, quite a heavy horse, and still looks a little bit thick through the middle. So I think this horse is going to take another step forward after this run this evening. Another horse I definitely think we need to have a look at while we're up here is number 4, Welcome Dream. Now, there's been plenty of talk about this horse. He was withdrawn last time, having broken through the front of the stalls, but it's certainly not upset him. He's beautifully relaxed up here in the pre-parade ring, and he was massively progressive prior to that unfortunate incident. So if he can leave that well behind him, this horse has got a massive chance. He's looking great. He's really well in his skin. He's really gleaming. I really like the fact that he is so relaxed after last time. Not a bother on him, not a pick of sweat, and certainly has to be a positive up here. So we'll keep an eye on him, but signs are extremely good for Welcome Dream.
So we're into the parade here for the 4th event on the program. Once again, take note, Theatre Honours was a scratching on veterinary advice at 6:23 p.m. So he is now out of the field. We do go with 13 runners. First horse we will have a look at is number 3 in Military Artist. Pat Cosgrave rides for Fauzi Nas, and the Victoria stable, the son of Munings, draws gate number 13 for tonight's assignment, which will make things a little tough. Last time out, 17 lengths off Oh Night at Meydan here, running 7th. Here's number 2, Gamekeeper, the son of Blue Point, who is a slightly late arrival to the yard, but he'll get into formation here now. Was very impressive 2 starts ago in behind Oh Night, where he looked to have won the race. Last time out, down the track behind Bark Al Emirat. He's on the quick backup here, and hoping to make his presence felt here for Sky Racing, Ahmed bin Hamish and Mikhail Barcelona. 4 is Welcome Dream. It wasn't his night last week. Did not take his place in the race after unfortunately breaking through the gates. So he will saddle up tonight here. Doug Watson does the training. Pat Dobbs to ride here from gate number 11. He will come into 10 now with the scratching there of Theatre Honours. Son of Knight of Thunder was very impressive last start, a 5-length winner, and he looks to do it up in class here against, hopefully, some slightly better opposition. Five is Home Spin. He spots the black cap here for Salam bin Gadaya, and Javier Ziani will do the riding. Rated 82, last seen over a mile at Abu Dhabi. He was beaten a distance there and now switches back onto the dirt, where we saw him 2 starts ago. That was in late February of last year, last season, where he was a 3rd place in behind Desert Peace. He's a Jebel Ali dirt winner as well. His stablemate is Sunny Street. Drawn a little wide here. Bernardo Pinheiro does the riding here on board this runner. 2nd behind Fight Zone last time to the races at Jebel Ali, and that was his UAE debut. He heads to Meydan tonight and up in distance from 1400 out to the 1600 metres. Number 7 is Perfect Balance. Tygo Shea and Bupat Sema combined with Desert Rose Racing. He drops back in distance after being beaten by Lion's Mane last time to the races. That was in early November, so right at the start of the season. He returns to the races here back at the 1600 off a freshen up. Hopefully can make his presence felt. The 7-year-old stepping out for his 28th career start. Number 10 is Ides of August, the son of More Than Ready. Hamid Al-Basaidi claiming 3 for Salman Al-Sabri. Beaten a distance his last 3, so would need to improve off what we've seen at the races so far. Does have the ace draw here to hopefully put him into a nice position. Connor Beasley rides King's Fountain for Ahmed bin Hamish, one of 2 runners for Sky Racing, and he comes into this having not been seen since the 13th of December. He was down the track there in behind Naya in a 60 to 80. He steps up in distance and slightly up in class. "12 is Trip to Rome, Richard Mullen for Osama Rafai, another horse that has been getting beaten a little bit distance-wise in his last couple of starts in lesser races from a grade point perspective. Maybe out to 1600 we'll see him race more genuinely. Hopefully we see him turn the form, the 5-year-old gelding by Holy Roman Emperor. 13 is Ranchero for Bupat Sema and Andrew Slattery. 72 rater coming into this, a 2-time winner from 23 starts. He drops back in trip from 1900 metres last start. Dukedom put in a almost career best performance, best we've seen for some while last time out to the races in a similar graded race. Hopefully we see him find a repeat of that on the 1-week backup. Does draw a little wide, but the last start result was promising. "15 is Radan, the 4-year-old gelding by Go Zapper. Sam Hitchcock for Doug Watson with the lightweight of 53.5 kilograms. A lightweight combination, Doug Watson and Sam Hitchcock last week with Violent Justice, and they look to do it again with Radan from a good gate. So number 9 is Classic City. He will be making his way out early, you'd say. Does not parade with the rest of the field here, but Tygo Shea, Alexandra Correa and Miss Ernst Ortel, who trains and owns the last start winner by Constitution. He will be one of the horses that we will see potentially a little bit later on. But the only one we've yet to see as the runners start to make their way out to the gates here for race number 4. So here is number 9, Classic City, as he makes his way out here, the final horse to head towards the tunnel, the son of Constitution and last start winner. And he will be our final horse to take to the tunnel and out onto the course for race number 4. Down to 13 runners. Once again, a 6:23 p.m. scratching of Theatre Honours, scratched on veterinary advice. He comes out along with the 8 in Sindid. Those are the 2 withdrawals. 13 taking to the track. We kick off very shortly here for race number 4 on the program. This one, the Defender 130 over the 1600 on dirt for 175,000 dirham.
It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race 4. It's gone to horse number 4, Welcome Dream. And he is beautifully turned out by Sharif Alam. Sharif, with his outstanding moustache, is in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And a very proud Sharif Alam receiving his prize of 650 dirhams. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And best of luck to Welcome Dream and Sharif Alam. Well, Welcome Dream has a very good chance based on the win last time out. Obviously, things were messy down to the start before he ran, or due to run, and that didn't happen last time out. But going back to that win, Meydan, in December, got a great chance if he can repeat that from stall 11, hasn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's taken well to the dirt sprints. Obviously, the mile today, he did step up and trip, but it shouldn't be an issue on what we've seen so far. He was very relaxed in the prelims, which was good to see, having had obviously the stall issues last time. Hopefully it was just sort of freak circumstances. He's none the worse, and yeah, the fact that he was best turned out just shows how well he was looking.
The excellent judges of the Best Turned Out Award picked him out. He did look very good beforehand.
Were you one of those judges?
No, I was just a passenger watching.
Well, yeah, he did look great, so yeah, we'll give you a little bit of credit there. But he's lovely and relaxed. Pat Dobbs obviously just walking him down to the back of the stalls there now, and look, if he can leave that behind him, he's got a massive chance.
The one thing I am worried about is where he's drawn in 11, because over the mile course here, they start on the chute and they ease round to the left, and if you're stuck out wide, it can be a little bit tricky. Horse number 2 is one I'm particularly interested in. That's Gamekeeper, who also slightly affected by what happened at the start last time in the race that Welcome Dream was due to run in. And Gamekeeper prior to that run had been in really good form. He won a few starts back when he beat King's Fountain. I think if you put a line through that last run where he got messed about at the start, I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's a really live contender here. Back up in trip would be a positive for him. He was ahead of King's Fountain earlier in the season, and he was another that looked really well. He's not the biggest, but he's really strong, and he certainly looked well. King's Fountain, his stablemate, who we see in the back of the picture there in the red hood, is a strong traveller, and he didn't really build on his stable debut, which was with loads of promise. But if he can leave recent runs behind and bounce back, he wouldn't be without a chance either. Both Gamekeeper and King's Fountain stablemates drawn together, both of them with solid each-way chances.
Okay, well, Salim bin Gadai has got a couple of interesting runners in the race, and Homespin and Sunny Street. Homespin's actually got a decent draw in 4, not so Sunny Street in stall 12.
No, Sunny Streak is in shot there now. He is drawn pretty wide, as you say, out in 12. I would have thought that Homespin was the better of both of the Salim bin Gadar runners. He is a likely improver, having ran at Abu Dhabi on return and just got a bit tired late on. He's well drawn today. If he can step forward and just strip a little bit fitter, then he wouldn't be without a chance.
Let's talk about horse number 3, if we can, Military Artist. Again, the draw in stall 13, very awkward for Pat Cosgrave and Fawzi Nasser's runner.
Yeah, he was a course and distance winner last year off a £5 higher, so he should really be competitive off a mark of 83. He was behind Gamekeeper on his last run. He comes here a little bit fresher than 1 or 2 others in the race.
Horse 14 is Dukedom, who on the international markets has been the subject of a bit of support. Actually didn't run too badly a week ago over 6 furlongs.
Yeah, he's stepping up 2 furlongs in distance, so he is going to have to prove his stamina. That would be the little bit of a question for me, but the team, clearly with the support coming, feel that that is going to help unlock further improvement.
Okay, I think it's worth mentioning Homespin, who I touched on earlier. I thought he'd have a decent chance. He was also below form at Abu Dhabi. I think the surface is what will bring him back to his best.
He should do. I think he should tuck up a little bit more from this run as well. He's quite a big, strong, burly horse. I thought that he would tuck up a bit for another run, but he's well drawn in stall 4.
Okay. Last few going forward. Your likeliest winner, Meg?
I think Gamekeeper, back up in trip, he's got a big chance if he can sort of overcome his problems last time.
I'm with you. I like Gamekeeper as well, but I know that Pat Comerford was keen on Welcome Dream, who was beautifully picked out as the best turned out horse in our 4th race.
Yeah, it certainly was, and a promising sign at that as well. As we mentioned, I think he wasn't fractious in any way, shape or form. He just thought the gates was about to open with Pen Portrait, causing a little bit of a ruckus to his inside last week. But we'll see if he can atone here. Form has stacked up with Bark Al Emirat. Set to go, racing. Now, Military Artist, he jumped through the gates a little bit earlier than the rest of them, so for those overseas hold all tickets, he may have got a little bit of an unfair start. He's being pulled out of the race here, so a little bit of an interesting thing there at the start. It's Gamekeeper, and it works forward in the early stages with Trip to Rome as they head out onto the course proper. Next was Ranchero, followed by deeper route King's Fountain, travelling very keenly. Sunny Street was next, Homespin, Classic City, about 6 off the leader in about 7th. From Ides of August, then came Trip to Rome. Now Radan's been pulled out, Welcome Dream's been pulled out, and Perfect Balance is also out of the race here as well. So sensation here as we come down the straight. It's Trip to Rome, the leader. From next in running there, Gamekeeper, deeper route. Sunny Street, we'll find out more as to why these have been pulled out. We've lost 4 already, maybe even more here. Ranchero next from Homespin, Ides of August, Classic City and Dukedom. That's your race as they swing past the 600 metre mark here. 11.74, 12.07, so pace is still good. Trip to Rome having to do it on both ends here. Gamekeeper to his outside presents for a good run and looms up ominously. Almost beats off Sunny Street as well, who comes into the race along with King's Fountain, Ranchero, a gap back to Homespin. It's Gamekeeper who takes over here, trying to fight alongside Trip to Rome. These 2 pair off from Ranchero, trying to work off heels now along with King's Fountain, but it's Gamekeeper. Gamekeeper under Barcelona, along with Trip to Rome and King's Fountain. Sky Racing looking to go 1 and 2 in the race. Gamekeeper though clear and far enough in front. Gamekeeper by a length and a half. Sky Racing, one for the mantelpiece. They run 1-2. King's Fountain, another good one, along with Trip to Rome in third. And we're going to find out more about this race very shortly. Classic City has run in the first 4, along with Ranchero, Dukedom. Homespin was next over. Last one to finish here was Sunny Street, along with Ides of August. Now, the rest of these have been pulled up out of the race. So take note, Redan out, DNF. Welcome Dream, DNF. Perfect Balance, DNF. And, well, we also had a bit of an issue there with Military Artist at the gates, who may have lunged forward. So plenty more to come here as we dissect this race, but sensation. But Gamekeeper, a nice winner here. The 4-year-old by Blue Point picks up another one, and well done to Sky Racing. They've picked up another first and second for the season, their second result like this for the year. Mikhail Barcelona, though, on the right horse here in Gamekeeper in race number 4. The Defender 130, numbers 2, 11, 12 and 13, plenty to discuss.
Well, confusion certainly reigns at the moment, and the question is, Military Artist with a white face comes out, bursts the gate. Now the question is whether or not there has been an official asking of the jockeys, oh, there is a void race, and whether or not the jockeys in this race have taken it upon themselves to pull up.
I've got a feeling if we actually manage to watch the start again, that we might have just seen the starter waving the flag as the jockeys have come out the stall.
Let's see it again.
You can see Military Artist here burst the gates. He obviously didn't get a head start because he really banged against the front, but just here, I think at the front of our screen, we'll be able to see the starter, red flag.
Yep, just in the corner, the bottom right corner of the screen, you spotted, well spotted, Meg, there was a red flag, which we'll have another look at. So, as they come out of the gates, you'll see Military Artist, the big white face, burst the stalls on the far side. Now keep an eye on the rail in the foreground. Just as the horses go past the intersection, you'll just see there's a red flag being waved by the starter. Just here, just in the foreground. The red flag goes up. I think some jockeys may have been aware of it and others didn't. It's as simple as that, isn't it, Meg?
Yeah, look, it's clearly a false start, and this race is likely going to be called void. The starter has waved his flag, and therefore that is a false start. And you can see Military Artist, he did anticipate and open the gates. He forced them open. It's unfortunate that not everyone was able to pull up at an earlier stage, but it's going to be down to the stewards, and interesting to see what they are going to have to say.
Yeah, I think a few of the jockeys knew straight away. Obviously, Military Artist on the outside. You see Redan also was very quick to pull up in the orange colours, and then it seemed to sort of filter through to one or two others. But in the meantime, Gamekeeper out in front, he goes on and he wins the race. King's Fountain, a 1-2 for connections. But it is apparent at this stage that something isn't quite right.
So take note here, the Defender 130, result across the line 2, 11, 12 and 13. 2, 11, 12 and 13. Winner's time 1:38.1. Margins 1 1/4 by a half. But take note, we may have had a false start here, so more to come on the race and whether or not this will be declared an official win. 2, 11, 12 and 13, those numbers there, race 4.
The unofficial winner of race 4, the Defender 130, is a 4-year-old bay colt by Blue Point out of Gamalati, ridden by Mikel Barcelona, trained by Ahmad bin Amash and owned by Sky Racing. It is Gamekeeper. Well, Mikel Barcelona has weighed in. Richie Mullen coming back as well. Richie's just chatting to Mikel, and they're trying to work out, like a lot of us, what's just happened there, Mikel. What's going on in your mind right now? Did you win, or is it void?
I've got no idea. We didn't see anything, so...
When the race took off, and we saw the horse on the outside definitely broke the gate, Military Artist, then we saw somebody down on the inside rail raise a red flag. We thought that certain jockeys had seen it and others hadn't. So you're saying that you didn't see the flag down on the inside?
No, actually, myself, I didn't see anything, and didn't hear anything, so no, I don't.
Well, we'll talk about that, and obviously there'll be an inquiry going on. But your horse's performance, I thought he was really brave in the way he held on there. Back to form tonight.
Oh, yeah, well, he's done well. Yeah, just actually a bit surprised with what you just mentioned, but we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see indeed. Mikel, well done anyway, and we'll hopefully find out very shortly a little bit more about whether this race result stands or not.
So, ladies and gentlemen, take note, as you can see here, a false start
Well, we are still waiting for the official outcome of race 4. We will let you know that as soon as we do. In the meantime, it is time for our next edition of Faces at the Races. And our cameras are now going to focus in on someone with a beautiful smile, someone who's obviously got a big, beaming, beautiful, bright smile. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't even have to have gnashes. You don't need teeth. All you need to do is show us that beautiful smile that you've got. And somewhere in this crowd of people here at Meydan tonight, someone's about to pick up 500 dirhams, head to the reward center at gate 2 to pick up their prize. Now, who's it going to be? Our camera working hard to find. There are lots of smiles to choose from. Who's it going to? Oh, it's coming. Here we go. Congratulations. Look at that smile. It's a very cool customer indeed. 500 dirhams coming your way. Thumbs up. And that's our second winner. Tonight's Faces at the Races. 500 dirhams. Head to the reward center at gate 2 and pick up your prize. Well done. While we wait for the official result, let's have another look at the race from the start. Military Artist burst the stall out wide, the horse with the white face. That seems to trigger off the first red flag down on the inside. And there is another red flag in hand. Now, does this red flag get waved? Does it get waved? At that point, it doesn't appear. Certainly to our... oh, it is now being waved. It is now being waved. This seems to suggest that this race may well be declared void. We are waiting for the official confirmation. It is currently being looked into right now. But the provisional result has Gamekeeper as the winner, ahead of King's Fountain, Trip to Rome, Ranchero. But as things stand, we are waiting for official confirmation whether or not this result will stand or whether or not this race will be declared void.
Well, we've got the sprinters in action for our next, and they're just about to come down the chute to the main paddock. So we're going to have a look firstly at number 1, a horse that has seen plenty of support in the international market. Now, he is going to enjoy being back on the turf and here at Meydan, where he seems to run his best races. He's a gorgeous dappled grey, everything pretty straightforward. You can see he's got the visor on and also the tongue tie just to help keep his tongue down, and plenty of clear airway, so that perfectly normal. He runs in all of those usually. Number 2, Falcon of Arabia, quite a highly strung type of horse. He's been on his toes and not the easiest to saddle up. Another you can see with that lip chain on just to help his groom with a bit of extra control. My word, he looks great in his skin. Number 3, Hassim, who I think has got a really solid chance. He is so consistent. He's been placed in all 3 of his turf runs here. He's got the cheek pieces on. He's got a tongue tie as well. Something quite a few of our runners have got on in this race. So we'll keep an eye on that just to help them with their breathing. And the sprinters, big, strong, looking great in themselves. And first 3 certainly could be the first 3 home as well. They've got strong chances.
So runners are into the parade here for race number 5. Take note, we'll have more information as to the result of race 4 very shortly as it comes to hand, but I can tell you that jockeys are currently underway with the questions with the stewards, and the determination of whether race 4 will be declared an official race is to come, I'm sure, very shortly. But we'll proceed on to the bounding. So take note, ladies and gentlemen, half of the riders were declared to have seen the flag, half didn't, and as a result, the stewards have declared last race a non-race. So race 4 is void. A declaration of race 4 as a non-race has been official. So take note there that that will be resulted as a void race number 4. Let's proceed on to race number 5 here as we continue on our evening. Number 1, Al Abed, Masaba Al Mahiri, Silvestre de Souza already with 2 winners tonight. They didn't have one together in the last race with Theatre Honours scratched, so they partner up again here with Al Abed, and he comes in off a rating of 87, beaten 15 last time out at Jebel Ali. He makes his way to Meydan. We don't see him outside of Jebel Ali racing all too often, but we see him back under lights here this evening. Number 2 is Falcon of Arabia, Pat Cosgrave and Bupat Seema for Falcon Racing Team LLC. Last seen over 1,200 metres in an 82-100 on dirt. He switches over to the turf here down the straight. Falcon of Arabia. We'll hopefully see him run well. He was second to El Nasib 2 starts ago. Caught the eye on that occasion. 3 is Mr. Consistent, we'd like to call him, Sim. He very rarely misses the top 3, just can't find the winner's post first all too often, but he's very, very fit, ready to go, and he has proven at this track and trip in the past. Masaba Al Mahiri and Danny Tudhope combine on the 5-year-old gelding by Fastnet Rock. Honest Desire is going to make his way down the straight here, the son of Frankel. Andrew Slattery and Bupat Seema combined with Suited and Booted Racing Syndicate. Trying something new with him here as he makes his way for his 3rd run this evening in the country. Five is Indicate, was racing a little keenly last time to the races, over 1,000 metres. 6 furlongs should suit him a little better, and he'll be fitter for that run as well. Barrier 15 over on the near side, a slight concern. He's on the inferior side. So Iron Forge is our next horse, Ahmed bin Hamish, Saif El Balushi, combining with Mr. Maktoum Sultan Al Sabusi here, one-time winner from 12 starts, and he makes his way here to the straight at Meydan for the first time. We move on now to number 8, Morgum, Richard Mullen for Masaba Al Mahiri and Shadwell. He's had the 1 run at Abu Dhabi, running 2nd there behind Nibris Passion. And we see him head back in distance here to 6 furlongs for tonight's race. Nine is Rise Latina, the son of Seahenge. 3 starts for 1 win, makes his UAE debut here this evening. Connor Beasley to do the riding. Silent Defence drops sharply in trip here from 1800 to 1200. He was catching the eye in the late stages of the race, but was tightened for room last time out. The 5-year-old Entire by National Defence. '11 is Arabic Art. He's had the 1 start. It was at a Meydan company, beaten a half there on debut. He makes his way across to the Middle East here for Saeed bin Surur. Tygo Shea to do the riding. Number 12 is Mijbil for Case Abood. Alexandra Correa doing the riding. He has run at Meydan on the turf before, over 1,200 metres down the track on that occasion. Yet to make an impression in his 2 runs this season at Jebel Ali. We then head to our debutants, Sue Dream, the son of Sioux Nation, a 5-year-old making his debut here for Mr. Salman Al Sabri, who trains and owns. Ray Dawson to ride. Seven is Mortog for Michael Costa, and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. Ben Cohen riding here, draws the 1. 14, Thunder Doro, another debutant, the son of Bolt Doro. Also 5 having its first run here. Sam Hitchcock rides for Ahmed bin Hamish and Sheikh Juma bin Dalmok Al Maktoum. 15, last but not least, War Song. He has had 2 runs at Yarmouth and Kempton in novice grade, and he's now made his way across to Dubai for his first UAE start. Drawn a little scratchy in 12, Charlie Bennett to do the riding here. 16, 17, 18 and 19 all come out. So just more updates from the stewards as we were conducting that parade ring look at all our runners here for race number 5. Now the rules do dictate that that race can be rerun. However, stewards have declared that that race will not be rerun, and it is just declared plain and simply a void race here this evening. So overseas we'll see money refunded on all tickets, and well, we'll see what happens there with the pick 6 for that race, but a void leg in race number 4 for the evening.
Now, I'm hoping that there are Marvel fans in the audience here tonight at Meydan. And if you are a Marvel fan, then you'll know that this young lady standing next to me is Catherine Newton, who played the part of the Ant-Man's daughter in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, one of my favorite films. Catherine, lovely to see you here. Now, just tell me, why are you in Dubai?
I'm here on behalf of Heroes Dubai Desert Classic. I played in the Pro-Am. I'm a pretty good golfer on occasion.
Wow.
And it's the first time I've been to the horse races, and it's my first time in Dubai. I'm very grateful to be here.
So you say it with an understated manner. You're a pretty good golfer. Just tell everyone what your golf handicap is.
It's a +2 on occasion.
+2, my goodness. So did you ever think of taking up golf seriously? I mean, not that you playing off +2, you must have taken it pretty seriously.
I definitely took it seriously. Growing up, you know, you want to go to college and maybe play professionally, but acting is a lot easier.
Well, I can imagine. I find it very difficult myself. How did you find playing in the Dubai Desert Classic Pro-Am earlier this week?
It was so much fun. I mean, just to be in Dubai, I was overwhelmed. We teed off with the sunrise. I've never seen a sunrise that beautiful. It felt like I could touch the sun. Yeah.
And who was the pro that you played with?
His name's Elvis Smiley. He just won the Australian BMW Championship, and he almost holed out on 18 today. I was screaming for him.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great.
His mum and I actually worked together back in the UK because
really?
his mum's a great tennis player.
Yes, yes.
And how did you get on in the competition?
We didn't win. I don't have a high enough handicap to help. I would have had to play really well.
How have you found the races tonight? What have you made of Meydan? What have you made of the horses?
Well, the epic size of the facility, they said it's bigger than the Burj. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
And just seeing the horses, I want to pet them, but I think you're not allowed to do that, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Well, we think you'll be okay if you did. We'll let you off with that. But can I just ask, and I hope you don't mind me asking, are you going to be in Avengers Doomsday, which is of course all the Marvel films are blockbusters, but that's going to be big.
I cannot speak about Marvel. Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
No.
I hope so. I hope that you love the movie. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time. It's a real pleasure to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of your week here in Dubai.
Thank you. I'm rooting for number 13 for some reason. Sue Dream. Sue Dream. Yes. I just walked in and I picked it. So get ready, guys.
Listen, it'll probably be better than my own picking of these horses.
Who's your pick?
Oh gosh, now I've forgotten who I've picked in this race. Oh, I've picked Hassim, number 3.
Okay, why?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty consistent,
Okay.
and now you're putting me into the spot, and I'm.
You don't like when the tables are turned
No,
and
I
I
don't.
start asking you questions.
No, and
You know
I.
what? Let me just take this. We're gonna go.
I can also confirm that I won't be in Avengers Doomsday.
You never know. Enjoy. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race number 5. It's gone to horse number 6, Iron Forge. No relation to Iron Man, but Iron Forge is looked after by Sumer Singh. He's currently in the winner's enclosure now, and that's where we will also find Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, getting up close and personal with Sumer Singh picking up his 650 dirham prize for producing Iron Forge, looking magnificent ahead of race 5. Well, it's time just to take the temperature down a little bit after the confusion of our previous race. That did happen, but then didn't happen. And of course, the pleasure of meeting Catherine Newton, a genuine Hollywood star. And we're now going to look ahead to our 5th race here, Megan. And there are all sorts of horses that you can make a case for, because I think it's quite open. I'm going to mention Hassim, who I've just tipped, and I couldn't even remember why I tipped it. But he is pretty... He is pretty consistent, and I do think that he'd have a decent chance in this sort of company.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. So hopefully this time, if the race goes ahead as normal, we'll be getting it right. But this horse has been placed all 3 of his turf runs, a step back down and trip. I do think a strong pace would suit him, but that looks to be the case, and he's very consistent. I suppose one thing with the rail movements is the draw is going to be key, and it might well be that sort of low to middle of the draws will be best.
Yeah, in previous seasons, being on the stand side has been the thing, but then watching the way the races unfold this season, they've been hogging the far side, but now the rail is out. As you're saying, middle might be best. Let's see how it all unfolds in this race. So we mentioned Harsim, pretty consistent. Should we talk about Falcon of Arabia, who's quite high up in the international markets, but a horse who I was a bit disappointed with his last run, albeit that was on the dirt.
Yes, switching to the turf for the first time, so interesting to see how he takes to it. I think with this horse, a straight track might suit. I think this is what he's crying out for. He was a bit disappointing on his last run, but he's had a small break since, and ultimately his form prior to that was looking pretty good. He's quite highly strung, and he was getting a little bit worked up in the prelims, but now he's down at the start, he looks to have relaxed a little bit better.
Okay. You mentioned to me a few minutes ago about Al-Arbed, who was being supported on the international markets. What sort of chance?
Yeah, he's just going into the stalls now. He's very good over course and distance. He seems to leave his best efforts for Meydan. He was a course and distance winner actually a year ago. He's top of the weights, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a better run from him. Looking at the international market, Arabic Art, there's been a lot of support for this horse. He's been off the track for about 18 months and he's been gelded since we last saw him, but only one start to his name. That was at Yarmouth, and that was over the 7 furlongs. But clearly he's been working well, as the market is suggesting that he's got a favourites chance.
Who's going to win? Harsim?
I think Harsim's the sort of solid contender here. He's very consistent and he's likely to go well once again.
All right. A lot of the runners already loaded up. So let's head up to the commentary box. It's, as we said, been slightly confusing times since our last race. Someone who will certainly not be fazed by it all is Pat Comerford.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. It's a not ideal situation for the horses, obviously, that did run out the entire race, but every horse needs to be declared a fair start for this sport to work correctly, and well, that wasn't the case there in the last start, but thankfully the starter, Shane Ryan, and the barrier staff were onto it quite quickly to make sure that all evidence was given there in the inquiry, and we were declared there that the race was had to be made void. So unfortunately the race will not be rerun either, so that is a bit unfortunate there for those runners looking to go again, but onwards and upwards we can only put it to the back of our minds and focus on the rest of the racing for the night ahead as Thunder Doro loads away into line. And we're set to go here. 1,200 metres away. Harsim stood there a little bit, but starts to work through now with Morgum over on the far side, Falcon of Arabia, Rise Latina, and also Mortog away fast from that far draw of number 1. Then came War Song, followed by Indicate over on the near side. Harsim was next from Mijbil, then came next him running there Arabic Art from Silent Defence, Thunder Doro, and out to the end Honest Desire. Indicator over on the near side is the initial leader here by a length and a half from Mortog over on the far side from War Song. Then came Morgum, followed by Al-Arbed, Arabic Art working into it. Then came next in running was Iron Forge, followed by Harsim, who's starting to get warm here now. It's Indicate the leader though, coming into the straight here. A narrow advantage on War Song. Then came Arabic Art, Indicate still the leader from Silent Defence. Harsim tries to run on along with Mortog. It's up in front now, working into it. War Song over on the far side from Indicate. Harsim burning through here in the final stages of the race, but it's War Song over on the far side. Harsim really trying to get warm here. Could he run second again though? It's War Song. Harsim levelling up now. Today's the day. Harsim goes on to win. 3/4 of a length from War Song. Falcon of Arabia third across from Silent Defence. Then came Arabic Art from Mortog, Al-Arbed. Indicate dropped away the final stages from Morgum, Thunder Doro. Next over was Honest Desire from Faze Latina, Iron Forge, Mijbil last. Mr. Consistent finally breaks through for his win, and it has been a long time coming. It just takes his time to really wind into the race. And I'll tell you what, he might be Mr. Consistent. Danny Tudhope is Mr. Patient. Ice cold. Just rode it to perfection there as well. Did not pressure him at all. And in the final stages, he showed his class there, letting down to Pip Warsong there on the line. Harsim coming home to win 109.59. That's got to be one of the more heartfelt victories we'll see. There isn't a horse here tonight at Meydan that's more deserving of a winner than Harsim. And a big congratulations to Musab Al-Mahiri, Rashid Al-Shehi and Mr. Tawfiq Muhammad.
Dramatic finish to the race, Meydan, and I have to say that with two and a half furlongs to go, Harsim had a lot of work to do, but Danny Tudhope never really panicked.
No, he didn't, and a strong pace is what he needed, and it's exactly what he got. But I think it's fair to say in the early stages of the race, Harsim was pretty well outpaced, and I don't think Danny Tudhope had many options other than to just keep the momentum going.
Warsong's run a really good race for Said Bin Suroor and Charlie Bennett. We spoke to him a little bit earlier on the card, and Warsong has run really well for an inexperienced runner. But the pace that indicates set early on, that really helped Harsim come through late.
Yeah, it did. It was a strong pace throughout. Warsong was right up there, as you say. He just showed a bit of immaturity when he did hit the front, got a little bit lonely in the final sort of furlong and a half and lugged towards that far side rail. At this stage, Danny Tudhope had to switch a couple of times on Harsim for that clear run. And once he is out in the open and hits top stride, he absolutely flies home. And momentum was going forward for him, and Warsong was starting to just tread water a little bit, and he's won probably about a length in the end.
Yeah, and to be fair, when you consider the fact that Warsong hasn't actually had a run since October 23, that's a fine effort on a comeback run, and you can excuse him for getting a little bit tired. Your point about Falcon of Arabia certainly borne out by the way he's run tonight.
Yeah, I think he's just not the most straightforward. He's quite highly strung and got a little bit sort of wound up beforehand. That wasn't ideal for him. Indicate he actually didn't disgrace himself considering how fast he went. Maybe a drop back to 5 furlongs and let him make the running over the lesser trip will be the trick for him. But he's run well considering how fast he went early.
And a fair effort from Silent Defence as well, making up a little bit of ground on Oscar Chavez to take full ahead of Arabic Art. But it is Harsim who has worn down Warsong in the run to the line. Fine effort from Warsong and Charlie Bennett. I think Connections will be very happy with that run. But Harsim gains just reward for his consistency.
And numbers in race number 5, the Defender X Dynamic, 3:15, 2 and 10. 3:15, 2 and 10. Harsim, today's the day for Mr. Consistent, 109.59. Margins 3/4 by a length and a half. 3:15, 2 and 10, race 5.
Time to welcome back the winner of race 5, the Defender X Dynamic. 5-year-old bay gelding by Fastnet Rock out of Hanky Panky. Owned by Rashid Al-Shahi and Tawfiq Mohammed, trained by Musama Al-Maheri. Another winner for him on the card, ridden by Danny Tudhope. Well done to Harsim. there are not many riders better on a straight track than Danny Tudhope, and one of the things I always say about him is his patience. And you had to be patient, Danny, because I think Harsem was just happy to let the pace go on, but were you always confident you were going to get there?
Yeah, I mean, he really is he's a 7-furlong horse, really, so we kind of knew he'd be outpaced early, and it's, it's all about judging it and just making sure he had some left to wear them down, and yeah, played into his strength tonight. They went very hard, so it helped him.
Must admit, having thought he would win with about 2.5 furlongs to run, I was thinking, oh, he's got plenty of ground to make up here, but he's ended up winning by a length. Did that slightly surprise you?
Probably far enough for him, really. He's been so consistent this season. I thought maybe once or twice he's let me down a few times, but he deserves to get his head in front. He's been running great, he has. I think he's gone up 9 pounds before tonight, so without a win, so he deserved that.
Well done, Danny.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race number 5, 3:15, 2 and 10. Harsem, your winner, 109.59. Margins 3/4 by 1.5. Correct weight in the defender.
It is time for the presentation of our 5th race tonight on a card sponsored by Althea Motors. Our 5th race, the Defender X Dynamic, and we'd like to welcome up onto the stage now Mr. Basil Al-Ramli, the sales manager for Jaguar Land Rover at Althea Motors. He'll be making the presentation. 2 connections of the winner and a deserved success for the 5-year-old gelding Harsem. Please welcome up onto the stage Rashid Al-Shehi, Tawfiq Mohammed, Maria Ritchie, Musaba Al-Mahiri and all their friends to collect the prize after Harsem's win in the Defender X Dynamic, our 5th race tonight.
Well, we've managed to find Flame of Sunshine, just getting the last bit of preparation and tack going on ahead of the Coco Beach, and she's taking it all very well. She's not the biggest filly, and she's fairly lightly framed, but when she was out and walking around, she really marches with quite a lot of purpose. Now, she improved plenty between her first and second starts and steps up in distance today, but from what we've seen, I think there's further improvement to come, and it's good to see these fillies with limited experience to so well behaved in the prelims, and you know, she's very relaxed. See Bupat Simar has just walked in to put the finishing touches on. He's got, I think, 4 runners in this race, and I think Flame of Sunshine is certainly ready to get on with things. I'm going to really quickly, if I can. I think he's on the phone. We better leave him to master at his work. But look, she looks an absolute picture. Stood up here nicely. She'll just have a wet sponge in her mouth just to make sure she's nice and clean and get rid of any slobber, or make sure she's got a fresh mouth ahead of her run. She stood up nicely there. She's the ultimate professional, really, considering she's so lightly raced. But all signs are positive, and the runners are starting to head down to the main paddock, so we better let her go. But I really like this filly's chances. I'm really impressed with how well she's taken everything for a filly that's so lightly raced. Well, a busy race here for Bupat Simar and his team. You've got 4 runners. I think it's fair to say that Flame of Sunshine looks the probably the favourable one, but how are the team ahead of this?
Yeah, I think she's done very well. She was second and then she won. She was impressive. She's got a good draw. She's done everything right at home. But I think the other fillies are improving as well with you know, a bit more distance, a bit more experience on the dirt. I think they should have come forward as well.
So who would be the pick for you?
I don't want to jinx anyone, but I think all 4 are in good shape, good nick, and hopefully all 4 can do well.
And earlier we were lucky enough to see Laurel River having a sort of walk round up here. He looked in absolutely great condition. Is his plan still for next week?
Yeah, that's the plan. He's done well. He's got one more gallop to do on Sunday, and all our horses improve with the run. So our aim is obviously the Saudi Cup and Dubai World Cup. So I think he's in good health, and he's in rude health actually. And yeah, I'm looking forward for him to run actually.
You must be excited. I mean, what a season last year to get him back on track and the sort of route back to the World Cup to try one more and go again. I mean, it's so exciting.
Yeah, we had an incredible season last year. We're in a new place, but you know the horses are doing well. They're thriving there. It's very hard to back a season like that, but you know I'm hoping all the good horses are going to be running very soon, so they're going to be picking up from here.
Well, I must say he looked an absolute picture. You've got quite a lot of jockeys to leg up, so I don't want to hold you any longer, but best of luck and thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Megan. Thank you.
Great to hear with Bhupat Seema there with 4 runners in the Coco Beach Stakes as we head into the parade. Number 9 is gone out a little early, Tazwaheen, so we'll see Tazwaheen on the course. Let's have a look at our first runner. Number 1, Arigato Gazai Masu, Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gadaya combined. Just beaten and pressured a little bit too much in that last start performance, but with a more kindly run, she could run a cheeky race here and looks one of the major dangers to some of the main chances in the race. Flame of Sunshine was obviously the horse to beat here, the 3-year-old filly by Flame Away. Tygo Shea and Bhupat Seema combine here, looking to back up that last start performance when victorious after running a nice performance on speed. 3 is Misty Sea for Nicola Corlery and Dylan McMonigal doing the riding. A new addition to the filly ranks here. Comes across from France after contesting Group 3 company and looks to hopefully add another element to this race. 4 is our next runner, that is Pocket Phone. Beaten the distance last time out, should appreciate slightly more ground. Queen Azteca was able to make good ground off a slightly moderate to slow tempo last time out to the races. So should get a bit more pace in this event, and would be likely seeing Carlos Lopez and Queen Azteca flashing late in the piece. Reina Rosso, Andrew Slattery for Bhupat Seema and the NR Club LLC. More ground will aid Reina Rosso's chances. Beaten a distance last time out, so would need to improve, but hopefully has come on for the run. Ruby Hamilton's another horse that will appreciate a step out a further 200 metres, but would need to improve on the last 2 performances. Last 2 runners will be Salsaville Princess and Tazwaheen, who have made their way out onto the course. Here's Tazwaheen, loomed up to be the winner over Flama Sunshine last time out, but peaked on its run at the 200 metres. Ahmed Bin Hamish and Connor Beasley looking to pick up this race here as well, and maybe a more kindly tempo will aid her chances. And Salsaville Princess will be our lucky last runner here to contest, to have a look at for the contesting here in the Coco Beach Stakes. Runners out through the tunnel here to the 1600 metre mark.
Hello. Carry on, sir. Please carry on.
And here is number 8, Salsaville Princess, the final horse to have a look at here. Pat Cosgrave doing the riding here in the Coco Beach here for Bhupat Seema and Moldia Khusharova. The former Russian runner is having its second run here at Meydan, beaten 17.5 lengths last time out, but the extra ground and a more kindly tempo should see him improving on that performance. That's our runners and that's our fillies heading out here for the 400,000 dirham Coco Beach Stakes.
We come to the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race 6, the Coco Beach Stakes. It has gone to horse number 3, Misty C. And Misty C is looked after by Madhu Singh. Madhu Singh is now in the winner's enclosure, and this is being filmed by Megan Nichols. Wow, she can do just about anything, but could she produce a horse as well turned out as Misty C? Because that's what Madhu Singh has done, and that's what's earned him 650 dirhams from Mr. Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. We thank them for their support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Well done to Madhu Singh and Misty C. Best of luck in one of our big races of the night, the Coco Beach Stakes. Well, it's back to the day job for Megan Nichols. She can't continue doing the filming with the camera. She has to get back to the job that she does best, which is my co-presenter with an analysis of the Coco Beach Stakes. And we're looking at number 2, Flamer Sunshine, who clearly improved from run 1 to 2. Is that enough to see off Adagata Mazu? If Adagata Mazu is back, Goza Mazu is back to her best, maybe 1 or 2 improving. How do you see it in comparison to her main rivals?
I suppose Flamer Sunshine has the least question marks. You know, she's had a good preparation. She improved an awful amount between race 1 and 2. And stepping up in trip, I think, can help unlock further improvement again. When we was just speaking to Bupat, I sort of, although he didn't want to give it away, which is sort of most fancy runner was, I got a feeling that it is Flamma Sunshine, and he sort of was excited to get her back out on the track.
Lovely. What else did you pick up when you were speaking to Bupat about his other runners, by the way?
Salsabil Princess looked possibly not at her best last time, but she's a big strapping filly, and up to 1 mile, if she's ridden with a little bit of restraint, she might just be able to outrun her odds. And so Bupat was feeling that a couple of his other runners might just be able to improve a good bit now they've had some experience. So yeah, I think he's hoping for his bigger priced runners to outrun their odds.
All right, there is horse number 8, Salsabil Princess, on the way down to the start, another of the Bupat runners you were talking about. But let's talk a little bit more about Arigatu Gozai Mazu, who first time out was very impressive. Last time out, she took on the boys, but there were excuses.
Yeah. She got a good bump turning in for home and got unbalanced. It put her off. She started hanging after that, and it just all fell apart, really. If she can get back to that debut effort, then she's definitely got a big chance. Hopefully things will be that little bit smoother for her this time around. I think for her the best way would if she could get an uncontested lead, and if she managed to dictate things on the front end, but that's not necessarily going to happen in a race like this. The other jockeys are going to be well aware that she is going to want to dictate, and she's up in track.
2 other really interesting horses are number 9, Tazwaheen, and 5, Queen Azteca, because of course they were both behind Flamma Sunshine last time out. Both ran with enough credit to suggest that they could get closer, maybe even turn the form around. What do you think about Queen Azteca in particular?
Queen Azteca, I suppose, would be the one I would feel is most likely to turn the form around, if any. She was a winner on debut over the mile, ran with credit behind Flamma Sunshine over 7 here last time, staying on best of all. So the step back up for her is certainly a positive. Tazwaheen, I didn't think the step up was the obvious plus for her. She didn't look to necessarily stay overly well last time, so up to the mile would have question marks for me.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call about Tazwaheen. The only thing is I like the way she improved from run 1 to 2, and I'm hoping that if she continues that progression, she might be able to just get a little bit more out. But I do concede that the extra furlong for her, extra 200 metres, is a bit of a concern. We're looking at horse number 7 next, Ruby Hamilton. Now, it's fair to say that this horse has had a very big reputation, but unfortunately has not delivered on that in 2 runs.
No, stepping up in trip today, and she's going to have to travel that bit better. She's not really been involved in 2 starts so far, although finishing 3rd on debut was well beaten, and then behind Flamma Sunshine last time when she just didn't really ever travel and take Pat Dobbs into the race. So she's going to have to step up, but on what we've seen so far, a couple of these have ran against each other, and Flamma Sunshine is the one that they have to beat.
Your winner?
Flamma Sunshine.
Okay, Flamma Sunshine. I'll stick with Arigatu Gozai Mazu, give her another chance. Let's head up to the commentary box where Pat Comerford is standing by with bated breath.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi, and supported overseas to the exclusion of all others here, Flamma Sunshine, the clear favourite here to win this race, the Coco Beach Stakes, as Pocket Phone loads away to complete the line. Set to go at the 1600, 400,000 dirham for the 3-year-old fillies. Away we go. Tazwaheen showed early speed, exiting the machine along with Arigatu Gozai Mazu, who's going to get to the lead clearly. Flamma Sunshine's going to work up in behind from Misty C, Ruby Hamilton, Reina Rosso. Then came Pocket Phone as they exit out onto the course proper. The last 2, Salsabil Princess and Queen Azteca, has to come past all of them. Down the back they go. Arigatu Gozai Mazu leads by 3. Second in pursuit, Flamma Sunshine, 2 lengths to Tazwaheen, a length and 3/4 Ruby Hamilton. The outside of him sees sees Ruby Reina Rosso from Misty C. Then came Salsabil Princess, Queen Azteca, and Pocket Phone's the first one to drop the chewy. Past the 900 Peter Peg they travel, and Arigatu Gozai Mazu's got them rolling. 10.60, 10.94. Really doubtful that she's going to be able to continue this speed here, and Flamma Sunshine closes the margin to a length. Going clear here, coming up to the outside, Flamma Sunshine, as these 2 pairs hair away from Tazwaheen in third, Ruby Hamilton. Misty C getting warm. Queen Azteca has had the early pace. Can she run into the race here in the late stages as they swing the bend? Reina Rosso was next. Salsabil Princess, Pocket Phone's out of it. Arigato Gozaimasu retakes the lead from Flama Sunshine, who found absolutely nil here in the late stages. Tazwaheen runs on. Queen Azteca coming with a big run for Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez up the far side. It's Arigato Gozaimasu all out, but it's the Scandinavian hot on the scene in the late stages. Queen Azteca burning away to take the Coco Beach Stakes. This is impressive. Runs away with it by 7. Tazwaheen second over. Arigato Gozaimasu settles for third. Fourth across was Ruby Hamilton from Misty C, Pocket Phone. Next over, Salsabil Princess from Reina Rosso. And Flama Sunshine, well, the balloon burst at the 300 and has run last in the Coco Beach. Niels Peterson on the board here in Dubai, and what a race to do it in. Put the writing on the wall last time out. Queen Azteca, dominant. Got the speed early, and there was no way that Arigato Gozaimasu and Flama Sunshine were going to sustain that gallop, going sub-11 for 600 metres of the race in the middle stages of the event. 7 3/4 lengths. Queen Azteca gets the race to her own liking and does her best work on the back end to take out the Coco Beach Stakes, numbers 5, 9, 1 and 7.
What a terrific race for the Coco Beach Stakes, and Arigato Gozaimasu going off like a scalded cat, a rocket from the gates. Had a lot of them in trouble turning for home, but all the while the closers, Tazwaheen and Queen Azteca getting there, Megan, it looked inevitable.
It did, yeah. The fractions have been too quick early on, and Carlos Lopez was happy to sit towards the rear and just take his time on Queen Azteca. The step back up in trip has suited her. The strong pace has suited her well. She's clearly a strong stayer at this mile, but she's won emphatically in the end, and it was a great performance, but it certainly has helped with the pace collapse around her.
They turn for home. Arigato Gozaimasu in trouble now. You can tell that the petrol's running out, and Queen Azteca, who ran such a fine race last time out, beginning to make ground on the inside relative in terms of the way they're finishing. And it was inevitable, as we say, but she's looking like a really professional runner now, Queen Azteca, judged by those last two runs in particular on this surface.
Definitely, and you know, she jumped on terms and wasn't able to hold her position purely because of the fractions that were set so early, and Carlos, I think, deserves credit here for not panicking in the early parts of the race. He allowed his filly just to get into a rhythm, and she's finished really well. And look, she's won, as I say, emphatically in the end. And I wouldn't be afraid to look at trips even further than this down the line. She's a strong stayer, and 10 furlongs wouldn't be without her in her reach.
Yeah, it's such great news as well for trainer Niels Peterson, who's his second winner in Dubai, courtesy of Queen Azteca now. Winning the Coco Beach here. Of course, back home it is always very cold at this time of the year, so I'm sure he's enjoying being here, but particularly so when he's got a winner on the board, courtesy of this filly. You're talking about rise as well, Megan. You know, if you were in Carlos Lopez's shoes, you'd have been pretty happy with the way the race was unfolding early on.
Yeah, you obviously need your filly to handle the kickback when you're riding a bit off the pace, but she's been tough, and Carlos has had faith in this filly to allow her to just get into a rhythm and not push her too early. I also think Connor Beasley's given Tazwaheen a great ride to finish in second. She was ridden with more patience today. She saw the trip out much better, and I'm sure Connections will be pleased with that. That was a more positive performance once again.
Numbers in the Coco Beach Stakes, 5, 9, 1 and 7. 5, 9, 1 and 7. Queen Azteca, your winner, 138.15. Official margin 8 lengths by 1 as stomped in. Queen Azteca in the Coco Beach Stakes, your unofficial winner.
Yeah. Welcome back, the winner of the Coco Beach Stakes, sponsored by Land Rover. 3-year-old filly by Sharp Azteca out of Princess Helena, owned by Glesner Racing APS, ridden by Carlos Lopez, trained by a big supporter of racing here in Dubai, Niels Peterson. A round of applause for Queen Azteca! This is a win that will mean a lot to Connections. You saw Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez, how much this success means to you. Let's start with that first of all.
This means a lot actually. I want to thank God first and everyone. I mean, we've been having a very tough situation in Scandinavia, so this brings a lot of happiness for Scandinavian racing. So I'm very proud to be part of this.
So many people wanting to congratulate you, but tell me about the race. Tell me about the way the race unfolded. They were going so fast up in front. Were you always feeling confident that you would pick up the leaders?
Yeah, I mean, I was very far behind. You have to draw number one, so she felt very alone. I want to break it to be in good position, but she jumped very lonely, and I decided to leave her there because everyone went for the spot I want. So I leave it there. I know she come in the end, so I was just waiting to get a good gap, so I get it inside in the pen, and she managed. I know I have a horse for distance, so that was my credit.
How good is this filly? How good do you think she is and she could be?
Very good. I mean, every time she's been on the dirt, she's been very good. I mean, she has so much class. Really, if you see her, she's always off. And it's a horse that can really improve even more, and in more distance even better. So she is so good and relaxed.
Many congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight given in the Coco Beach Stakes, 591N7, 5917. Queen Azteca, a dominant winner, 138.15 winner.
only 5 fillies for our feature race of this evening, but they're certainly worth a good look at. The first filly we're going to see is Choisier for Simon and Ed Crisford. She certainly looks very well, quite a light frame type of filly who's stepping up in grade. She's consistent and she's progressive. She's going to have to find a new level of form in comparison to possibly 1 or 2 in this field. If we drop back a couple, filly I was referring to, who has got that level of form, is a number 3, Romantic Style. Now, she's a different shape type of filly. She actually looks more like a colt. She's thick set, she's very strong. She's got a real strong shoulder and hind quarter as well. She's very much built like a colt, actually. Getting a little bit warm around her girth, but nothing to be too worried about for now. Considering we haven't seen her for a little while, I think she looks an absolute picture. She's held her condition very well. She's gleaming in her coat, and I don't think we could ask for her looking any better on her return. So great to see her looking so well after a bit of a break, and so well muscled. I can't believe how well she looks. One more I just want to have a quick look at is Ultima, who has been running over further, and she managed to finish her German campaign with a Group 3 win. That was over the mile 3, so she is dropping back in trip. You can see the distance horses in comparison to maybe the sort of sprinters or milers. They're much taller, much leaner. She certainly falls into that category. So the mile is likely to be a bit sharp for her today, but she's certainly a filly that has shown a level of ability that certainly deserves her spot in this race. But interesting to see the comparison as a physical. She's a taller, leaner type, and I'm sure we'll see her over further again in the future.
So a small field of 5 here for tonight's group feature. It is the Cape Verde. We do go 1,600 metres here for tonight's feature event. This one here looks to be a really nice race. Only small in size, with only the 5 acceptors for the fillies and mares, but there is some nice class through from top to bottom. Here is Shuasia, the 5-year-old mare by Night of Thunder. Comes in off a rating of 102. Last seen at Doncaster and in Group 3 company there. Beaten 5 1/4 lengths there. Comes into this event as one of the main threats to the short price international market favourite, and has proven over the 1,600 metres, which should take her a long way. Number 2, Easy With Me. Niels Peterson and Carlos Lopez breaking through with Queen Azteca in the last. Easy With Me comes with that Scandinavian form, and hopefully will be able to match up here as Easy With Me comes into her first race here in the UAE. Romantic Style has got some great form. It's the only horse in the field here who has been contesting in Group 1 company. Last time out at Deauville was down the track, but the start before that was only narrowly beaten by Verie, having those last 3 runs in France. A listed winner before heading over there at Newmarket under Danny Tudhope there back in November of 2023. 3 wins from 6 starts and some solid performances in Group 1s outside of those wins. Clear horse to beat here, Romantic Style, the 4-year-old filly by Night of Thunder. Veronica Jandova brings Ultima to the races here. Michael Bravo doing the riding here. The 5-year-old mare by Amaron has had the 3 wins and 3 minors from 13 starts. Last time a winner over 2,200. Probably wants a little further than the 1,600 metres will allow, but great to have her joining in this field of 5 here for tonight's Cape Verde. And last but not least, Ziggy's Dream, the 4-year-old filly by Inns of Court. 101 raider, Ray Dawson rides for Alice Haynes. Last seen just before the new year in listed company there, where she was a 10th, beaten 22.5 by Native Approach. Finds a much easier race here, coming up against her own sex, and steps out here to 1,600 for tonight's assignment. Prize money for tonight's fillies and mares Group 2, 850,000 dirham. And everyone will find themselves a paycheck here in tonight's event. The winner going home with just over 500,000 dirhams. Race number 7, our feature for the night, the Cape Verde, coming up shortly.
Well, alongside me is Ed Crisford, part of the training team of Shuasia, who runs in our next race, just giving instructions to Mikhail Boss. Now, I had no idea what you were saying to Mikhail just a minute ago, but I'm going to guess that you would have suggested that he can sit and wait for as long as possible before using her turn of foot. That's what I would have said to him. What, am I being an idiot?
No, you're right. No, she likes to run at something. That's when she won her listed race. She came some, I think, last. You know, she's a very straightforward filly, and if she brings that sort of level, that listed level here, she should be very competitive. I mean, obviously it's high quality with Charlie's filly in there, but you know, she'll be running at her.
One of the interesting things, and you would know this as well as your dad, Ed, is the fact that in this category of horse, fillies, whether it's 3-year-olds or older horses, there are good opportunities out here in Dubai. Is this something that you identified with Shuasia a while ago?
Yeah, I mean, we had a filly out here called Memora who ran in this race and the Balanchine, and she sort of was in the mix. And she's sort of got the same sort of profile. So yeah, I mean, when she won that listed race, we were sort of figuring out what to do with her, and we thought this would be a good option for her for the winter. And she's done really well out here, and she loves the sun. So yeah, see how we go.
Who doesn't? Best of luck.
Exactly. Thanks, Richard.
Well, it's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening for race number 7, the Cape Verde. The feature, sponsored by Altair Motors, it's gone to horse number 5, Ziggy's Dream, looked after by Abdul Wadood. Abdul is currently in the winner's enclosure. This has all been filmed by Mohammed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising, and Megan Nichols is now doing this, as well as everything else tonight. She's handing over the prize of 650 dirhams to Abdul Wadood. Look how happy Abdul Wadood, Megan, and Mr. Mohammed Morsi are. They're all smiles tonight here at Meydan.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're getting ready for the big race tonight, the Cape Verde. And Meydan and I think it's fair to say we're pretty confident that Romantic Style is going to take all the beating. I understand, Meydan, that Choisier could potentially give her a bit of a race. But if they're all at their best, she's comfortably the best, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. Romantic Style is a filly that showed a pretty strong level of form throughout last season. She was 4th in the French Guineas, and it wasn't a disgraceful defeat by any means. She wasn't beaten far at all. And when we last saw her in the Prix Jean Prat, she ran too bad to be true. We put a line through that, and I think if she's anywhere near her best, she's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, this is a race that Godolphin have made their own over the years, and you can understand why. This, obviously, Dubai and Cape Verde was a horse that they trained back in the day. Is Choisier the biggest danger to Romantic Style?
Yeah, I think she is. She's consistent and progressive. She's a filly that has got a good turn of foot, so I imagine that the team will be trying to use that as late as possible, or Mikel Barcelona will be trying to use that as late as possible, but she's stepping back up in grade, and she's going to have to therefore improve once again in order to be able to match Romantic Style.
Okay, well, the field being loaded up for the big race of the night, the 2025 running of the Cape Verde, sponsored by Altai Motors. Let's head up and join Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. 3 more still to load. Ultima loading away here. Easy with me. Great night so far for Niels Peterson, picking up the fillies race. He's got another mare here, hoping to continue on with that as well. Easy with me. Here's Romantic Style, last one to be brought forward. And we'll have a field of 5 here set for the Group 2 Cape Verde for 850,000 dirham. Set racing. The girls are underway. Ziggy's Dream was away onto the steel early and is just restrained here early, and will come back to second. Choisier out wide, dictating the pace in the early stages. They're crawling here in the early part of the Cape Verde. Romantic Style, Buick taking hold. Easy with Me was next, and back there was Ultima. They are absolutely crawling. Slowest field we've seen for quite some time here, and Choisier is getting it all its own way up in front and now injects more tempo. Out by 3 lengths here on Ziggy's Dream. Romantic Style a little keen up on the steel from Easy with Me. Ultima at the back is not handling this slow tempo. Inside the 1100 they travel, and it is Choisier from Ziggy's Dream. They almost race Indian File out wide. Romantic Style getting hemmed up here as well. Not good, looking good here for the favourite. Just not wanting to do what William Buick's asking. Easy with Me on the inside, and last of all was Ultima. They've really clumped up here inside the 800, 13.28, 13.05. So the pace is starting to slightly come back into the race here, where it's Choisier who's had it all to its own liking. Ziggy's Dream out wider, still travelling well. Head on chest from Easy with Me. Romantic Style. Buick eases out the favourite into the clear from Ultima. It is Choisier though as they straighten for home. They come round almost 5 abreast here. Choisier from Ziggy's Dream. Romantic Style now allowed to let stride out wider. Easy with Me next from Ultima. Choisier the one to chase. Romantic Style now asks for an effort here on the outside. Choisier though with a nice break of 2.5 lengths. Romantic Style has got nothing to offer. Choisier coming clear in the late stages here, and it's a boil over in the Cape Verde. It is Choisier coming clear to win by 6. Romantic Style second, Easy with Me third, Ziggy's Dream and Ultima runs last. Rough scenes for the favourite. It is Choisier who goes on to win. Racks them and stacks them up in the early stages, and Barcelona comes clear to break away here with the winner in race number 7, Choisier, the winner of the Group 2 Cape Verde.
What a messy race, but ultimately Choisier has been able to take advantage because of her track position and the way she settled in comparison to the rest of the runners, mate.
Yeah, you can see him, Mikel Barcelona, has eased Choisier to the front, and she has actually pricked her ears. In comparison, the rest of the field are viciously fighting all their riders, heads in the air and climbing up the back of each other. Mikel Barcelona is just going to be thinking, I've got this extremely easy right now, and he's managed to use Choisier's turn of foot to his advantage, but it's very, very messy the first couple of furlongs.
Now, you've ridden, Meg, so people may be looking at this race and going, well, could anyone have done anything differently? Let's say Will Buick on Romantic Star. Could he have done anything differently, or was it just the way circumstances panned out?
Combination of both. I imagine, you know, everyone's trying to get their filly settled. It just hasn't happened. William will probably be thinking he wished that he maybe let his filly stride on and got into a rhythm, but as will all the other 4 jockeys who were all fighting pretty much for the first mile. Romantic Star was the one who refused to settle. It didn't help when Ultima came up on her outside as well. I was actually surprised the German filly wasn't the one to go forward and make the running, seeing as she stays sort of a mile and a half, but Mika Barcelona was the one that used his initiative, grabbed the race by the scruff of its neck, used Choisier's lethal turn of foot exactly when he wanted, no pressure for the pace, and he's ridden them to sleep.
Yeah, I think the point you make about the Easy With Me coming up on the outside, Ultima coming up on the outside of Romantic Star probably paid any chance to William Buick being able to settle his filly. But take nothing away from the winner, she's very talented. She's a very good horse in her own right.
She is, and you know, I think it's fair play to Connections for not sort of avoiding and running away from Romantic Style. You see a filly with, you know, a lot better form to this date, and it's easy to run away from them. That's what plenty have done in this small field. But Simon and Ed Crisford felt their filly was well. She's progressive. She deserved another shout back up in grade, and she's managed to dictate the race perfectly well. And she's now a Group 2 winner in her own right.
You may have noticed that Mikael Barcelona actually dropped a stick turning into the home straight on Choisier, but she's come out here, she's had the opportunity, and she's picked up 510,000 euros for Connections. Well done.
Wasn't the plan to go in front, but actually we worked well, huh?
Congrats, Mikael.
Time to welcome back the winner of our feature race of the night, the Cape Verde, sponsored by Altair Motors. 5-year-old Chestnut mare by Night of Thunder out of Fragrancy, owned by Mr. Mohammed Al Nabuda, ridden by Mikael Barcelona, trained by Simon and Ed Crisford. A round of applause for Choisier! Mikael Barcelona just weighing in after Choisier won the Cape Verde. We'll get his thoughts on the race. I think this one will be okay, Mikael.
I hope so. No, I can't get quite an easy lead in front, and he turned up at the French race, and when I asked her to pick up, she actually done very well.
Were you surprised at what happened in the early part of the race as you got in front? Although everybody was a little bit keen, she did prick her ears and relax better in comparison to the other runners.
Well, I think the instruction that I was able to go forward, but would be better to get a lead. And actually, maybe the other one, all of them had the instruction to take back. So sometimes it's very good to have horses like very versatile like she is.
Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in race number 7, the Cape Verde, 1, 3, 2 and 5. 1, 3, 2 and 5. Schwazia, your winner. Winner's time 1:49.7. Margins 5 1/4 by 3/4 of a length. 1, 3, 2.
It is time for the presentation of our feature race of the night. The 2025 running of the Cape Verde, sponsored by Altea Motors, and we are delighted to welcome to the stage to make the presentation Mr. Paul Moore, the Senior Vice President, Finance at Altea Motors. And what a marvellous win it was from Schwazia out in front under Mikel Barcelona. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owner, Mr. Mohamed Al Nabouda, which have put your hands together for Hamdan Al Sabusi and Maktoum Al Sabusi. And now it is time to welcome half of the winning training partnership. A round of applause for Ed Crisford. And celebrating a third win in the Cape Verde, having won it in 2014 with Certified, last year with Silver Lady. A round of applause for Mikel Barcelona! And we ask them all to come forward one last time to capture the images that honour the success of Schwazia, winner of the feature race of the night, the Cape Verde, sponsored by Altair Motors. Well, I can feel the tension in the air at Meydan tonight. I can feel it calling. I can feel how excited people are about the final edition tonight of Faces at the Races. Who's going to be the final winner tonight? Who is going to give me the best smile of the entire night here at Meydan to pick up your prize of 500 dirhams and then make your way through the maze of Meydan, heading to the reward center at gate 2. Somewhere out there in the melee of Meydan is someone in possession of a beautiful smile. Well, it's just packed, it's heaving. Will we be able to find just one winner of Faces at the Races? The camera is all over the place. What's going on? It's chaos. This may be void. Depends whether there's a red flag or not. Who knows? I think we've got it. There he is. He's been waiting his whole life for this moment. 500 dirhams to you, sir. You look as happy as I feel. 500 dirhams coming your way. All you've got to do now is take your pretty smile over to the reward center at gate 2 and pick up your 500 dirhams. I can't believe it's over, and it's not void. No red flags in the final edition of Faces at the Races.
Glad we've managed to land on number 2. This is Castle Warden. He's actually brother to Laurel River. And what an absolute monster he is. He's a tank. 2 from 4 so far. Interesting to see how he does since joining Bupat. And this is his UAE debut. In behind is the horse that is probably most anticipated for this evening of the Colts and the Dirt. El Nasib, 2 from 2 over 6 furlongs. He's stepping up in trip today. He looks an absolute picture, and he's another horse who's pretty big and strong too.
All right, we're into the parade here now for the penultimate event, the Defender 525 edition. 1,400 metres here on the dirt, and we do have a field of 8 contesting with Thorburn withdrawn. Let's have a look at our first runner, and that is Mubaka, the 9-year-old gelding by Speightstown, 62 kilos here off a rating of 105. Sam Hitchcock for Doug Watson. Has not been seen since February 2023, so 714 days off the scene here for Mubaka, returning to Meydan here, and is first up over the 1400, the 5-time winner. Castle Warden brings some interesting form here to Meydan this evening. 61 kilos off a rating of 103. Tygo Shea for Bupat Seema in these famous Juddmonte Farm colours. Comes in with this American form, winning its last 2 at the races, and makes its way here to the Middle East. An interesting addition to the race here, Castle Warden, and a winning chance as well. El Nasib, 2 from 2 here on the dirt at Meydan, stepping up in trip, which should aid his chances. Danny Tudhope, Masaba El Maheri. Danny already with a winner tonight, Masaba already with 3. Stable going very well at the moment, and El Nasib looks the horse to beat here from a middle alley and a rating of 101. Assad Zabil is the next runner in the black cap for Shadwell. Masaba El Maheri, Silvestre de Souza rides off the rating of 100. A last start winner at Jebel Ali in an 85 to 105. Stays in the same grade. Switches over to the dirt here at Meydan. Has been a winner over this track and trip in the past. That was 4 starts ago. Assad Zabil, another contender here in this $300,000 race. Five is our next runner, Olzakhan, the Kazakhstani horse here, the 7-year-old entire by Oxbow. Great to see another Oxbow progeny making its way here to Dubai. Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson combine here, and best of luck to the connections, Bakhtiar Bazyakov, who brings this runner here. An 11-length winner last time out in a domestic Group 2 and a domestic Group 1 winner last start as well. Makes for an interesting form line here, Olzakhan, as he makes his Dubai debut. Meshakal looked the winner leading from the front, but was swallowed up by Morning in the final stages of the race. Stepping up in distance, we'll see if that aids his chances. Probably a better horse over 6, so 1400 will be stretching it.
Stablemate Action Point is in the race also. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Salim bin Gadaya, stepping up in distance after being beaten a distance down the straight on turf last time out. Switches over to the dirt here for the first time in a while. Magic Petition, the 9, is our final horse. Now comes in off a rating of 90 and gets a nice weight swing on a few of these as well. He's only a one-time winner, but the weight should see him be brought into the race at some stage. From a good gate for Ahmed bin Hamish, Magic Petition, our final horse here to look at in the Defender 525 edition. Over 1,400 metres, our penultimate race for 300,000 dirham.
Well, it is always a genuine pleasure to speak to Musaba Al Mahiri. He's had a very good night so far. You've got 2 runners here. You've got Asad Zabil, but also El Nasib. That's the horse that most of us are excited by. What are his chances today?
You know, if he will show me how he won last time or before, sure he has very good chance. Because now the distance is a little more for him. I mean, he will be easy for him to take his action and to be relaxed in the race. Yeah, I think he has a good chance. Yes. And also Asad Zabil,
yeah,
also he is in good form.
Oh, we wish you the best of luck with both, particularly El Nasib. Good luck, Musaba. If you come with me, Adi, I'm just going to wander over to Doug Watson, who is just about to give the final set of instructions to Pat Dobbs. I'm not sure. Am I all right to jump in now? Or do you want me to help you to give Pat some instructions?
No, he's fine.
He knows already.
Yeah.
You're right there, Pat. Good luck.
Doesn't listen anyway.
One of the most intriguing runners on the card tonight, Al Zakhan, primarily because we know what happened with Kabir Khan. So we're kind of thinking, might lightning strike twice? I'm just seeing him going there. He's a handsome individual.
He's very handsome and he works very well. We didn't know that Kabir Khan was going to do what he did when he went out there, but I wouldn't want even to try to compare him. But he's a nice horse, and it's a new owner in the yard who's very enthusiastic. And so I'm just hopeful. I think he wants probably a little bit longer in the end, but this was a good spot to start him in. There's not a lot of races around for horses rated 100 and so on the dirt, and so we're going to give him a shot here, and hopefully he runs a nice race, but good positive race, and go ahead and win if he can, but we'll just see what he does and then look after that. But he's been a fun horse to train so far.
It's great to see Mubaka back.
Yeah, super. And we just missed Super Saturday. We had a nice work over here on the Sunday before Super Saturday. Monday he walked, Tuesday we went out, and he came back and just wasn't 100%, and we couldn't run him, and that's basically all we had. But he's a tough old horse. He came in years ago with problems, and he still has little problems, but he's done really well this year. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. He was up with John Hyde, and they rehabbed him all summer, did some work on him. It's not a serious problem, but it's something that, you know, it can niggle him at times, and but every time he's run, he's run well. So we're hopeful that he can get a good start, come out of it good, and maybe be able to put in a nice winning run sometime in the future.
Wish you the best of luck with those runners, but I hope you don't mind me mentioning, Doug, 2 words that I think might be frustrating for you, but welcome dream. It's not worked out again tonight.
No, it's a shame for him because he's a lovely horse, and he handles it so well here. I know he broke through the gate the other night. There was a little commotion in the gate, and we have worked on him at that, and the gate crew's done a great job with him. So tonight we thought was the night. We had to stretch him. I don't know if he would have gotten the mile. I think he's more of a sprinter, but over here, I think, you know, being over here for many years, you just have to kind of run where the races are in their ratings, and we thought against that group he might be able to get the mile, but didn't get a chance to do that tonight. So see what they do and see what they write it again. I'm sure they won't put it on next week because we have a lot of big races. And as Tom said, Fashion Friday, so I didn't know that. Anyway, we'll probably go maybe at the 31st with it. Hopefully they'll do that, and we can get them a run then.
I thought you had your outfit picked already for Fashion Friday, but...
Yeah, I do. It's in the closet somewhere.
Doug, thank you so much for telling us about Welcome Dream, and best of luck with the run.
Thanks, Rich.
It's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for our penultimate race. Race number 8 has gone to horse number 7, Action Point, and our main man who's looking after Action Point is Sharafat Ali. He's in the winner's enclosure. We are observing him from a distance. Megan's got her beady eye on the 650 dirhams that Sharafat Ali has won, courtesy of PHI Advertising. And Mohammed Morsi has given up his camera work for the evening, and he's now holding the big envelope to hand over. And Sharafat Ali has got his thumbs up and a big smile. We wish Action Point the best of luck, and our thanks to PHI Advertising for their kind sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award here at Meydan. We're looking at the horses heading down to post for this, our penultimate race, the Defender 525 edition. And we're looking at El Nasib. Now, there's very little doubt, Megan, that El Nasib is a horse of enormous potential, particularly as Musaba Al-Mahiri said a moment ago, going up in trip.
Yeah, a new trip could unlock further improvement. He's 2 from 2 so far, both over the 6, and he looked pretty smart on his return in December, having had just over a year off the track, and yeah, it was good to see him back in such good fashion. He's had a little bit of a break ready for today, but he looked really well up in the prelims.
When you look at his pedigree and someone says to you, yep, this horse will won 5, 6, 7 furlongs on dirt, you'd be, maybe not.
No, profitable out of a new approach mare. You'd think that turf was absolutely going to be his game, but he's obviously taken to the dirt extremely well. Who knows, he could be very effective on the turf too. He's yet to try it, but don't change what's not broken, I suppose, and the fact that he's 2 from 2 on this surface is a positive. And as I say, he looked really impressive last time, having hit a bit of a flat spot, but then ran on really well.
Speaking about looking impressive, we'll come to a couple of horses who took the eye in the paddock. Started with number 5, Ol Zakan. Again, talking to Doug Watson. He, like me, stunned by the way he looks. Obviously, he's been looking after him. But how do you think his form will translate to tonight's race?
Well, he's a multiple winner in Kazakhstan, and he looked very well. This is his stable debut. I suppose my question was the 7 furlongs. Is it a bit sharp? A lot of his runs have been over further, so that might just be the thing that catches him out.
All right, and Castle Warden took your eye as much as anything else in the pre-parade ring.
Yeah, he is an absolute monster. Huge horse. He's actually brother to Laurel River. He's come over from America, much like his brother, and he's won twice over there. He's been placed twice as well. So he's got a decent level of form, and honestly, he's the biggest horse we've seen all evening. He's an absolute tank, looks an absolute pitcher, and it'll be interesting to see how he takes to things over here in Dubai.
I'd love to know if Bhupat Sima has a bigger horse in his yard than this guy, and how much he'd weigh. He's enormous, this horse, but it's Bhupat's nodding from a little way away, just saying massive. Anything else you want to mention?
Well, Meshakel looks like one of the likely pace angles. He just failed over the 6 furlong here last time. He just got caught on the line, but he's a 3-time course winner, and you can't ignore that.
All right, it's a penultimate race, but it's probably one of the best races of the night here. Some good horses lining up. Be interested to see how Castle Warden goes on his UAE debut, as is the case with Ol Zakan. And El Nasib, whether or not he can continue his progression and remain unbeaten. Let's head up to the commentary box and to the Rebel PC.
It's an exciting race, Rishi, thank you. And Asad Zabil has been loaded. Mubaka makes his long-awaited return. Good to see him back here at the races for the first time since February 2003. Here's Meshakel, last one to load away. We go 1400. Set to go. Rider just a little unhappy in one on Mubaka. Set to go. And away they go. Castle Warden was away fast with Action Point, Magic Petition. Meshakel works through Al Nasib in the first view along with the Mubaka. Then came Asad Zabil, and it's the Kazakh in Ol Zakan who was out to last year. So Meshakel leads them at good fractions here in the early stages. From next there was Action Point. Salam bin Gudai's runners 1 and 2. Mubaka the inside in third. Deeper out Castle Warden getting an unkindly run wide but out of trouble. Magic Petition was next from Asad Zabil. Al Nasib gets on Castle Warden's back, and the last one was Ol Zakan. So down the side they're about to go. Meshakel still travelling along well, 10.65, 10.93. They are going very fast here. And Action Point sits in second. Castle Warden peels around them 3 deep in third from Asad Zabil. Al Nasib slightly on the back foot like he was last start, but already under the stick here from Tudhope. Mubaka works through. Magic Petition was next and Ol Zakan last. They straighten for home here, and Castle Warden has got up to the outside of Meshakel. Beats him off there. Up on the outside, Asad Zabil. Here's Al Nasib starting to work through the gears. Al Nasib picking up the outside as Asad Zabil hits the front. Asad Zabil the one to chase. Al Nasib with the job to chase him down. Asad Zabil though all out. Al Nasib wanting to lug in, pegging him back here. Asad Zabil, Al Nasib tries, but Asad Zabil's got him beat. Asad Zabil goes on to win. Beats him by 2 lengths. Al Nasib was brave in second. Third across a photo. Castle Warden only just from Mubaka, who's made a magnificent return to the races. Magic Petition followed. Then came Ol Zakan. He was at the back of the field, crossing over there with Action Point and Meshakel at the back of proceedings. Asad Zabil, Silvestre de Souza for Masaba Al Mahiri. That's 4 for the stable, and they go 1 and 2 here with their 2 runners in the race. They cannot be stopped this evening. Al Nasib, he looked to be looming, but Asad Zabil had enough in hand, and the 6-year-old by Dabawi goes on to get the win here for Shadwell off the rating of 100, and that's a treble for Silvestre de Souza tonight.
What a night it is for Silvestre de Souza and Musaba Al Mahiri. 3 wins on the card so far, and turning for home, Asad Zabil hit the front, taking over from Castle Warden, who ran with promise. And El Nasib ran really well, having been trapped out wide, and actually went round the bend even wider than I thought he would do.
Yeah, El Nasib didn't seem to handle the bend that well at all this evening. He was stuck wide, as you say, and looked a little bit awkward, but flew home under pressure. By this point, Asad Zabil was gone, and he wasn't for catching. Silvestre de Souza on fire this evening. He sat halfway, had a nice position throughout, and this horse, he's won over course and distance previously. He acts well here, and yeah, he's kicked home, or kicked clear for home at exactly the right point.
Interestingly, when I was chatting to Masaba before the race and talking about El Nasib, he steered the conversation back to Asad Zabil. He clearly expected a big run from this horse tonight, and he's delivered. And what did you make about the runs of Castle Warden and Mubaka? I thought they both run with a great deal of promise. obviously Mubaka after a relatively long layoff, and Castle Warden first time here.
Yeah, they've both run well. Castle Warden looked to travel with serious amounts of zest and pace. I wonder if he'd be able to actually drop back down and trip. And Mubakir, as you say, having had such a long time off the track, he's run with real credit. He really stuck onto his task. So I'm sure that's a run that Connections will be delighted with. Asad Zabil, however, he's the one that he managed to get the business done. Sylvester de Souza again, and he's built on that Jebel Ali victory recently, and for career high mark, wasn't for stopping.
What a night, what a night, what a night for Asad Zabil's Connections, Musab Al-Mahiri and Sylvester de Souza.
And the numbers in the Defender 525 edition, 4, 3, 2 and 1. Nice and easy for you. 4, 3, 2, 1. Asad Zabil the winner, 124.02, 2 by 4 1/4, 4, 3, 2, 1, race 8.
مبروك Live it. Thank you.
Love the fast pace.
Other side.
Time to welcome back our winner of race 8 tonight, the Defender 525 edition. A 6-year-old bay horse by Dubawi out of Garber, owned by Shadwell, trained by Musaba Al-Mahiri, ridden by Sylvester de Souza. Let's have a round of applause for the winner of the Defender 525 edition. It is Asad Zabil.
Three winners, Reece.
We've been here a few times before, at least twice actually tonight, and for a third time. Sylvester, well done. Now talk me through the race, because I thought the horses up front were going nicely, but actually when I look back at the replay, you were going even better.
Yes, and you know, he's a very fertilized horse. He could go from 6 furlong to a mile, and he's a horse he shows plenty speed in the mornings, and he proves when he comes to the race, you know. But I felt I was going so easy early on. They went to really good fractures, and we just have to ask him a question, that he grabs the bride and he travels good to the race.
Sometimes when you get to the front here at Meydan, as you well know, it can leave you a little bit vulnerable late on, and there was a moment it looked as if El Nassib, stable companion, was coming. Did he find more?
He did, he found a little bit more, but I felt a little bit lonely as well, you know, and obviously I think it was a really fast mile there, and he responded for every effort, but at the same time, you know, you need a horse underneath of you, and you know, everything went perfect.
Never feel lonely, Sylvester, because we're all here for you, all right? We're always here for you. It is time for the presentation of our penultimate race tonight at Meydan. A 9-race card kindly sponsored by Altaya Motors, and we welcome to the stage Mr. Tarek Hendy, the Vice President, Human Resources at Altaya Motors, to make the presentation for the Defender 525 edition, won by Assad Zabil. What a night it has been for trainer Musab El-Meheri and Sylvester de Souza. Let's welcome up onto the stage to receive, on behalf of Connections of Assad Zabil, Musab El-Meheri, Abdullah Balouk, Ali Sahel, Maria Ritchie. Many congratulations.
All runners for our last race are now in the pre-parade ring. The first we'll have a look at is number 2, First View. He's had nearly a year off the track, quite a compact type of horse. So he does carry a little bit of weight through his middle, but for me, I think he will improve for this first run back. He does tend to improve a bit for his first run anyway, even through full fitness. So having had a year off the track, I'm going to back myself there and think he's going to improve a good bit. Drop back 1 to number 4, a smaller, lighter type of horse. This is Thayer, who is lightly raced, but certainly progressive. He's one of the pace angles, drawn 7, so he's about halfway through the field. Hopefully he'll break well and be able to get a prominent position. We'll drop back and see another Desert Snake. He's a horse that goes well here at Meydan. He's dropping back in trip from a recent run at Abu Dhabi. He looks extremely well in his coat. He's got that hood on. That black hood will stay on. He will race in that, just to keep him nice and calm. It's quite quiet up here, which is nice for them in the prelims. So far, so good. All the horses are behaving extremely well. We'll keep an eye on any of them as they head down to the main parade ring. Well, another bunch of horses worth having a look at. We'll start with number 8. This is Shamran. He was previously trained back in the UK by Harry Charlton. He's a good-looking son of Kingman who enjoys this faster ground. When we last saw him, he ran on soft and ran way too bad to be true. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse outrun his odds. He's certainly a looker. And another horse that has been talked about plenty this evening is number 1, Simon and Ed Crisford, already with the feature race to their name this evening. But Magnum Opus is certainly a horse that plenty of people fancy. He's down a couple of pounds from his Meydan debut when he never really got involved, but connections feel as if he will take a good step forward from that. He looks well. He's certainly strip fit this time around, and the extended mile 1 could just suit him extremely well.
So we head into the parade here for the final race of the evening, the Defender Sedona edition. This one for 190,000 dirham over the 1900 metres on turf. Let's head into the parade and join our first horse. And that'll be number 1, Magnum Opus, the 4-year-old gelding by Invincible Spirit. Patrick Dobbs for Simon and Ed Crisford, Raba Racing. Stable already with success this evening. And they'll hopefully better his performance from 2 weeks ago, over 2,000 metres on turf, where he was down the track, beaten a distance on that occasion in an 85 to 105. He finds Division 2 here of a 70 to 90. This looks an easier task. Number 2 is First View for Syed bin Saror. The 8-year-old gelding by Exceed and Excel was beaten half a length last time to the races. That was in early March of last year, just going down to poster paint in a 60 to 85. He steps up in grade heading into this first up performance, but if he can pick up right where he left off, the form looks promising enough from a good gate too. Fitness won't be a query at all for DeLorean. He's had the 3 runs already this campaign, beaten a distance on 2 of those occasions and caught the eye in his only turf run. So that's promising signs. He heads back to the turf here and up in distance to 1900. Thyer was last seen contesting stakes grade races at Ascot over a mile, where he was beaten 2.75 lengths. That form should stick up here, even though he steps up in grade here. And Dylan McMonigal jumps on board here for Mohammed Rashid Al Sadi. Five is Sense of Wisdom. He's had a couple of runs at Abu Dhabi in the lead up to this, but steps up in distance once again. 3rd up over 1900. He's by Shamadal here, and he's had the 1 win from the 6 starts. But back to Meydan. Hasn't been back to Meydan since his Godolphin days before being acquired here by Suited and Booted Racing. It's been a pretty nice form line. Has 2,200 metre turf races, those lead-ups at Abu Dhabi earlier in the season. We've seen plenty of winners come out of there here at Meydan, especially over these longer distances on turf. And that's the form lines we see with Desert Snake, Macau Barcelona to do the riding here. We'll see if that those form lines can continue having success. Andrew Slattery rides Age of Time for Osama Rafai, V7 Recruitment Limited. Has had the 1 run here in the country for a 8th placing down the track at Jebel Ali over 1800. Should appreciate the switch back to turf. Shamran is a runner who's got some nice form over in the UK before making his way here. Only a maiden winner. He came at Salisbury on the turf there, but in saying that, has got a form lines of a horse that could be progressing through the grades here, and gets in at a nice weight here off a rating of 82 for Václav Janacek. And good lightning strike twice with Guillermo Azcarreta, the winner of the final race last week. 9 is Erasmo, beaten down the track at Abu Dhabi last time out over a mile. He sees 1900 very rarely in his career thus far, so this could be a stretch for him distance-wise. Shadwell looked to take the last two. Katab, the son of Kingman, comes into this for Ali Al-Badwawi, and Abdulaziz Al-Balushi will do the riding here. He steps back in trip, back from 2200 to 1900 for tonight's assignment. 11 is Sudden Ambush, the entire by Cracksman for Mr. Hamid Rashid Gadaya and Salam bin Gadaya. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride, 79 his rating. He's had that one run at Jebel Ali under Danny Tudhope and was down the track behind Dubai Welcome. 12 is Yerman, beaten a distance his last two, and this looks tougher. He's coming up in grade here, despite a couple of poor results. Berkshire Nuggets drawn off the track in 11. The one-time winner would need to improve on the last start performance that he dished up here in his Dubai debut. But one of the runners here for Lucci Body, and he will be ridden half over here by Ray Dawson.
Well, alongside me is one of our favourite faces here at Meydan, Saeed bin Saror, who's got first view running. I love it when you smile, Saeed, because I'm always thinking, what are you actually thinking when you see me approaching you for an interview? Are you thinking I want to run away from you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, nothing like a bit of honesty. That's why I like Saeed so much. All I wanted to do was ask you about first view in this last race, and what sort of chance has he got?
He's doing good. I mean, the horse always shows plenty of speed. He's working nicely in the morning. We give him a chance tonight, and so far he's doing well. Talk to jockey just that keep him handy. Then we'll see how he runs. And good luck, matey.
I love the fact he kept a straight face through that whilst I didn't. I was actually going to ask Saeed about the pizza that's just over behind me. Just behind me, there's a lovely area. You should all try it here at Meydan. Head down to the Pizza Express stall. They do some fantastic pizzas. Once racing's over, I understand the crew are going to be treated by the team here at Meydan to loads of pizzas down there. So come down and join us. It is time for the final PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award of the evening. And in this final race, the Defender Sedona edition, it has gone to horse number 3, DeLorean, looked after by Rawaz Khan Ali Akbar. This has all been filmed by one of the greatest producers in Meydan. It is Ben Wong. He's got his game face on, and he's real pressure on his face. I'm not sure he's entirely comfortable. But I'll tell you who is comfortable. Rawaz Khan Ali Akbar is comfortable because he's picked up 650 dirhams. And he's going to receive that prize from Mr. Mohammed Morsi. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And what a huge effort from Ben Wong, holding a camera for more than 45 seconds. Well, here is Said bin Suror's runner, first view, a closer look at this horse who last ran here at Meydan behind poster paint. Pretty good effort on that occasion. Megan, how did he look in the past? I thought he looked in good terms with himself.
Yeah, he looks well. Obviously, as you say, nearly a year off the track. Previously, his form could be a little bit in and out. I thought he would improve a bit for this return run. He's quite a thick-set horse anyway, who carries a bit of weight, but I just felt as though he might just tuck up a little bit. And last year, he did improve from his return run as well.
I'd like to offer a bit of information on what Said said, but he just giggled his way through anything that I tried to extract from him. But first view has got a very good chance. He's got a decent draw at installed 3. Ben Cohen in the saddle on the son of Exceed and Excel. Let's have a brief look at horse number 12, Yerman. He's just been resaddled at the moment. He comes into this race off the back of some well-beaten efforts last time out, but just keep an eye on the fact that he's just having his tack readjusted. Horse number 4, Meg Thaya for Lucia Botti. I thought this was an interesting runner.
Yeah, me too. He's a lightly raced and unexposed type. He's taking a step up in trip, which shouldn't be an issue. Good ground suits him well, and he's, I think, got a big chance. He's drawn halfway. He likes to be ridden prominently, and he could be open to any amount of progression.
Yeah, he's just a 4-year-old, and I think there's a little bit more to come from him after just 4 starts. Here's an interesting runner, I think, and I know he was beaten a fair way last time out, over 10 furlongs, but it was in a good race that Asasi won. They didn't go much of a pace in the early part of the race, and he was towards the back. I'd put a line through that. And actually, he didn't actually run that badly in the context of the way the race unfolded.
No, and he's put together some good runs throughout the season back in the UK. His run here in Meydan, as you say, he never really got involved. He was never close enough to really land much of an effort, but he got dropped £2 for that. He sneaks into the obviously top weight into this grade, and likely, although ridden with a bit of patience, I think it's likely that he'll be able to hold a position a little bit better, and he'll be sharper for that reappearance run.
I've told Pat how he's going to call him home as the winner, so hopefully that will be borne out in the closing stages.
Was this your nap of the day?
I think really it is, considering that I've tipped half the winners on the card so far. Why are you laughing? Who's going to win this last race, Meg?
I thought that it was Thaya was my selection here. I just felt he was unexposed in comparison to plenty of them. I suppose one we better mention quickly is DeLorean, who's back on the turf, and that's a positive. He ran too bad to be true at Jebel Ali last time, but is usually pretty consistent. Well drawn in 2, and he could just bounce back.
I love the name DeLorean by time test. You're not a fan of Back to the Future, are you? Okay, the last few runners coming forward for our finale. Let's head up. Pat, you know what to do.
Thank you, Rishi. A couple more to load forward here, and the fog's starting to set in here, so they're quite obstructed here at the 1900 metre mark as Age of Time loads up into line. Nice chilly end to the night here at Meydan. Set to run in the final race. And away we go. Away fast out wider, Berkshire Nugget. Broke really well, to be fair. Breaking up in the middle of the line was First View, along with DeLorean, Magnum Opus, and also Shamran working up. Deeper out on the course, Katab from Age of Time, Sense of Wisdom, the rail. Then came Thyre, Desert Snake, followed by deeper out Yerman, Erasmo, and Sudden Ambush is last. So down the back they travel, 8 lengths top to tail, and it is up in front Berkshire Nugget with the 53.5 leading by 3 parts of a length. First View second. Third in running was Katab from Shamran in fourth, who's getting a nice run in transit. DeLorean the inside from Magnum Opus. Then came Thyre, and deeper out on the course, Age of Time from Sense of Wisdom, the rail. Then came Desert Snake, followed by Yerman, Erasmo, Sudden Ambush. Down the side they travel here as they swing off the back. Berkshire Nugget leads a length and a half. 11.49, 11.54, 11.73, 11.92. So getting it his own way up in front here. He should have something to offer on the back end. He starts to give them the slip here. Margin now length and 3/4 from Katab in second, First View third, and working up in between them now was Shamran, who's now exposed. Magnum Opus works through, followed by Age of Time, who's under the bat. DeLorean passes him from Thyre, Desert Snake tracking into it well. From Sense of Wisdom, Erasmo out the back along with Yerman as they swing the bend. Berkshire Nugget tries to do it on both ends here. Katab presents with a run. Running through them, Shamran, First View, the rail. Magnum Opus picking up good down the outside along with Sudden Ambush and Desert Snake. Good runs out wide. First View tries to take the short way home under Ben Cohen. Magnum Opus, Berkshire Nugget, DeLorean. Then came next in running there was Sudden Ambush. It's DeLorean. Magnum Opus trying the outside. DeLorean just in front from Berkshire Nugget. DeLorean holding them at bay. DeLorean 3 parts. Beats home Berkshire Nugget, who's run a really brave race there in second. First View third over from Magnum Opus, Sense of Wisdom. Then came next in running was Sudden Ambush from Erasmo, Thyre. He never got warm there. Desert Snake never presented. Dropping away was Katab from Shamran and Yerman. He was one of the last ones home along with Age of Time. DeLorean gets the win. The 6-year-old gelding by Time Test picks up the win off the rating of 87 this evening. DeLorean goes on to win. Photo for third. Berkshire Nugget's going to run a blinder there, and at the lightweight will pick up second. So the margin there a length, and we'll confirm that photo finish for third. I'd say maybe just Magnum Opus from First View. And those numbers come through now. 3, 11, 1 and 2. DeLorean victorious in 154.81. Winner's time, margins won by a short head. And DeLorean turns back the clock and wins.
Very good, Pat. Turning back the clock, DeLorean to win this finale. And Megan, he travelled with ominous ease through the race.
He did, yeah. He's had a nice position throughout, just tracking the leaders. He's travelled well for Connor Beasley, and it was just a case of when the gaps were going to appear. But it split open nicely, and as Connor wanted to go through the motions and quicken, the gaps appeared, and DeLorean was tough. He really stuck his neck out there.
Pat Commonford mentioned in commentary about the fractions being set by the front runner, and I think it wasn't that easy to get into the race. 2 horses that did travel, and they were to the fore, were the first, and I think Magnus Opus was second, and that sort of played out in the finish of the race.
Yeah, Berkshire Nugget made the running under Ray Dawson, who set some pretty perfect fractions on the front end, and as you say, it was hard for any closers to really get into it. Magnum Opus has run with huge amounts of credit. He again sat sort of halfway and has quickened up quite nicely. Not quite able to get there with DeLorean. Probably had a little bit of an extra turn of foot down the inside, but it was a tight finish, another blanket finish, but that is due to those fractions that were set. Ray Dawson got them pretty well spot on.
First View didn't run too badly. He was another horse to the fore, just down on the inside in the All Blue of Godolphin.
Yeah, did he possibly get a little bit tired that last half a furlong? He's ran really well on his return. Keep an eye on him, as he did take a step forward last year on his first or second run back from a break. So yeah, he's run with credit as well.
Sense of Wisdom in the white, red and blue just in behind. Could never get a clean run at them. Had travelled well. Again, another who was drawn 1. I think, one to keep an eye on?
Yeah, he was sat halfway. As you say, the gaps didn't really come. I'm not sure if he quite had enough horse. Pat Cosgrave, had quite enough horse underneath him in comparison to one or two others, but he was trying to close on them late on. Yeah, that was a positive run from him, and he's taken a step back in the right direction.
Connor Beasley, the leading rider locally this season, wins our finale.
And those numbers in the last there, 3:13, 1 and 2 confirmed. DeLorean, your winner, 1:54.81. Margins won by a nose. 3:13, 1 and 2, race 9.
Cheng, Pura, come. Aja, come. Come in.
Traveled well, eh?
Very well. Don't go close. Mr. Connor, cheers.
Time to welcome back the winner of our final race of the evening, the Defender Sedona edition. The 6-year-old bay gelding by time test at the Dawn of Empire, owned by Mr. Mohammed Ahmad Ali Al Sabusi, trained by Ahmad bin Amash and ridden by Connor Beasley. It is DeLorean!
No, sorry. I need it.
Okay. Here's Connor Beasley, who rode DeLorean to success. Connor, all the way through the race, it looked as if you were travelling even better than anything else around you.
Yeah, no, he travelled really well all the way. Obviously, he was just looking for a bit of luck up the straight and looking for the gaps to open, but luckily enough they did, and once they did, I give him a squeeze, and he went about his job really well. Brilliant performance by the boss, really, because he said, "Oh, should we step him up and trip?" And you know, it's one of them. He's only ran once on turf for us at Abu Dhabi, although it was a mile. Ran a good race, but he was just one of the stable stars last season. You know, he got a numerous wins up at the hill at Jebel Ali. So no, it was a good call by the boss. You know, good race planning, and I'm glad it's paid off. And hopefully now we can build on this again.
Lovely finish to the evening. Well done.
Thank you.
It is time for the presentation of our final race of what has been a fabulous evening of action here at Meydan, and tonight's 9-race card sponsored by Altair Motors. The last race was the Defender Sedona edition. We welcome to the stage now our two presenters, Mr. Bulus Masood, the Senior Vice President After Sales at Altair Motors, and Mr. Meydan Wikramasinghe, the General Manager, Jaguar Land Rover After Sales at Altair Motors. And stepping forward to receive on behalf of the connections of our final winner, DeLorean, will you put your hands together for Essa Al Mazroui, Mohammed bin Harmash, Hamdan bin Harmash, and Ahmed Al Bastaki. Pat and Megan alongside me to wrap things up here tonight at Meydan. It's been a wonderful night of racing. It always is, and I know sometimes people can say that as a cliche, but it really is very exciting. We've had something for everyone tonight, including a void race. But let's talk about the two big races, the Cape Verde and the Coco Beach. Were there the standouts? Anything particular that really struck you?
Well, I suppose we've got to say Carlos Lopez deserves some, good bit of credit for his ride on Queen Azteca, who he was patient. And she sort of relished the strong fractions that were set. Her stamina really shone through, didn't it? And she ran out an impressive winner in the end. And I think it was due to Carlos's patience, got her in a rhythm early that really told. So yeah, I think that was probably the ride of the night for me.
Well, I should have known that when Pat Comerford turned up today in this magnificent three-piece outfit, that I should have just paid attention to his analysis about the Cape Verde. He was giving Choisir more of a chance than most of us, but I must admit, I didn't expect the race to be run as it was tonight.
I don't think anyone did, to be honest with you, Rishi. I just like the fact that the horse had 1600 metre form. I don't think we expected them to pull the handbrake like they did in that race. I mean, it was really messy. And look, I don't think we got genuine runs out of a good chunk of those runners in there, and I think we'll see a lot of those obviously improve out of that race. I mean, there's 4 horses in that race you can put a blind through completely. So, I mean, well done to Choisir. You know, they rode the race accordingly, got to the front, and everyone seemed to follow suit. And unfortunately, that's just how it's how the way the cookie crumbles in that race. But I mean, it was a memorable Cape Verde, and the fact that it was good to see Simon and Ed Crisford pick up a winner with a nice mare. But I mean, yeah, look, as a form race going forward, I'm not sure we're going to see too much come out of it. I mean, we will see things come out of it, but I don't think that race is going to hold up. I mean, they went so slow, and the time was respective of that.
I imagine that they are sitting back tonight, the Crisford team, and thinking, with a filly like her, they've picked up over 500,000 dirhams for that prize. I mean, that for a filly of her quality back in the UK, that's a big pot. You started the evening, Megan, talking about horses that we're going to see on Fashion Friday in a week's time. And I was thinking to myself, genuinely, and if you two can top this, then fine, but I cannot remember a race card run anywhere in January, in the month of January, that is going to be or has been as good as what we're going to see next week?
No, I don't think I can either, to be honest. It's going to be incredible racing. We've got some of the very best in the world competing. We've got loads of international runners coming over. And, you know, we're talking about it being prep races, but ultimately we've got multiple Group 1s on. You know, these are proper targets as well. And, yeah, I'm very excited to see, you know, for me, Romantic Warrior, I've yet to see him in the flesh before today. To get to see him, hopefully, all being well out on the track is going to be special. So I'm really looking forward to it.
What about you, Pat? What's the most exciting aspect of next week?
Oh, like, I think the fact that I get to call Romantic Warrior, that's right up the top of the list. I mean, you know, as someone from my part of the world who follows Hong Kong racing so much and is, you know, our industry in Australia is such a massive, it has such a massive input of all those horses that go to Asia. You know, it's something that we follow quite heavily, and, you know, to have a horse of his caliber come here and get the chance to call him home, hopefully, you know, that's something that, you know, I'll hold very dearly. So I'm looking forward to that. I mean, the Al Maktoum Challenge is going to be just as good of a race. I mean, Factor Cheval is going to go the baptism of fire way and see if he handles the dirt here in the Al Maktoum before heading to the Saudi Cup, hopefully. I mean, we get to see Kabir Khan return as well. I mean, that's shaping up to be a wonderful race in its own right as well. So, yeah, quality right across the board, and I think it's the first real taste of what's to come for the back end of the season as well. Super Saturday and Dubai World Cup are going to be just as good days, but I mean, I think compared to last Fashion Friday, this is just taking it to a whole new level, and it's great to see for the Dubai Racing Club.
Laura River runs in the fire break next week as well. I mean, we've got Laura River, the Dubai World Cup winner. We've got Romantic Warrior taking on Measured Time in the Jebel Hatta. We've got Factor Cheval running the Al Maktoum Challenge. There's the Al Shindaga, the Blue Point Sprint. There's good racing all the way. Like I say, I am pretty confident it will be the best meeting ever run, flat racing, in January in the history of horse racing. I'm not going to be here, but I'll be watching every single minute of it. But the two of you, I understand, are picking out your outfits. You've already got your outfit for next week for Fashion Friday.
Jeez, I've gone early with the three-piece, haven't I?
I'm afraid you have. Is there another level? Can you go anywhere else to go?
We may have to go back to the drawing board, but we might be able to pull something out.
I can't wait to see what you're going to produce next week. But more importantly, we cannot wait to see what the horses are going to produce next week on the track. Hopefully you can join the team here for Fashion Friday. But for now, from Pat, Megan, myself, and all the team here at Meydan, good night.